I would like to call this special council meeting, the Town of Lincoln, May 25th, 2020 to order. Good evening, everyone. My name is Sandra Easton. I'm the Mayor of the Town of Lincoln and Chair of today's special council meeting. We are meeting electronically through Zoom, and this is our third meeting during this declared emergency period. Members of the public may observe the proceedings by accessing the live webcast of our YouTube channel. As the situation related to COVID-19 pandemic is constantly evolving, on behalf of Council, I want to remind everyone that as the warmer weather has finally arrived and residents venture out for walks or go about their day-to-day business, we ask that you continue to practice social distancing, keep 2 meters apart, and not gather in groups. This not only helps you be safe, but all our residents of Lincoln and the Niagara region. The Shononton people have called these lands home for thousands of years, and more recently, the Anishinaabe and the Haudenosaunee have been sharing this one dish, one spoon territory. We would like to acknowledge the enduring resilience of the First Nations, Métis, and Inuit people who call this territory home. Madam Clerk, would you please carry on with the roll call?
Thank you. When I call your name, please say here. Mayor Easton?
Here.
Councillor Rajima?
Here.
Councillor Russell?
Here.
Councillor Brunet? You're on mute.
Here.
Thank you. Councillor Pachariva?
Here.
Councillor McPherson?
Here.
Councillor Miklick?
Here.
Councillor Timmers?
Here.
Councillor Reimer?
Here.
Madam Mayor, we have quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I also want to take this time, just take a moment to welcome the staff that we have joining us today electronically. CAO Mike Kokopoulos, Finance Treasurer Terry Trawala, Director of Planning and Economic Development Kathleen Dale, Director of Community Services Shannon Mackay, Fire Chief Greg Hudson, Economic Development Officer Paul Vianney, Director of Public Works Dave Graham, and moderating and clerking the meeting today, we have our Town Clerk Julie Kirkelos. And we also have in attendance Regional Councillor Foster. And I want to thank our IT staff, Matt Guadaluno, who is assisting in today's meeting. As this is a virtual meeting, I will ask that we follow some procedures during this electronic meeting. Each member of council who wishes to speak, press the raise hand feature on your video call. And the clerk will track our speakers list today and then invite you to speak when I open it for comments or suggestions. And when I finish reading a motion and announcing the mover and seconder, the clerk will then call a vote by reading each member of council's name out loud. Please remember to take yourselves off mute during this portion of the meeting so that you can confirm if you are a yay or nay. And also when not speaking, please remember to put yourselves on mute. I also want to make a small adjustment, councillors. When you are asking questions of staff, let's direct them through the Chief Administrative Officer. I think it'll keep that process very clean. If we need to have a change with the procedural bylaw sometime in the future, Madam Clerk will look after that. Do any members have any amendments to the order of the agenda? Are there any declarations of interest? We move on then to announcement by members. Please raise your hand if you wish to speak, and remember that you have a limit of 3 items under this in this area. Do members have any announcements?
Madam Mayor, we have an announcement from Councillor Brunet.
Councillor Brunet.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So at the last special meeting of May the 4th, I inadvertently lowered my hand after I had raised my hand to speak on this. So I'm going to this evening, Madam Mayor, with your indulgence, to speak about an industry sector meeting that we had on Tuesday, April the 28th. And that was with yourself, Madam Mayor, the CEO Kirkopoulos, EDO Paul Deaney, and Councillor McPherson, and myself sat in on an industry call with the town of Lincoln with the Niagara Home Builders Association. In attendance that day were Chuck McShane, the executive officer with the Niagara Home Builders, Tony Alfieri, the president of the NHBA, and David Samus from Phelps Homes. During that call, we had the opportunity to learn of some of the issues that the home builders are dealing with during the COVID pandemic. We listened to development opportunities. We listened to Mr. Samus speak about, as a developer, they were out shopping for financing and were finding that banks were really not in the appropriate mood to be speaking about financing right now, and it was causing some issues. We listened to potential homeowners experiencing personal financial challenges with employment loss during COVID, and then again about banks not willing to enter into the lending real estate market, and that's impacted a number of these potential home builders. We talked about the issues with the trades on the job and the social distancing, the physical distancing, and we talked about the certain supply issues, supply chain that was causing issues for these home builders. One of the takeaways that we talked about, and Chuck McShane was very appreciative of this, is through our CAO, Mr. Kirkopoulos, sitting in on a bunch of CAO meetings on a weekly basis. We talked that moving forward, potentially the municipalities could assist through FCM and potentially through the AMO convention to help these developers with some issues moving forward with the banks and the lending, because it sounds like that's really handcuffing them at this time. So it was a really great conversation. We kind of committed moving forward with their approval that we would continue to have some of these discussions so that we can continue to learn the obstacles and the hurdles that they're having as they move through the pandemic and now into the recovery stage. So it was a very good meeting. Madam Mayor, I also would like to just make a brief comment. Councillor McPherson and myself as the chair sit on the Penn West Hydro Board. Traditionally, we meet under normal circumstances, we would meet every April to go over the draft financials, and then they would be passed to the financial teams of the 3 municipalities of West Niagara that make up Penn West Hydro, Lincoln, West Lincoln, and Pelham. So the fact that we weren't meeting in person, we delayed it. We had all the finance teams agree to go with the drafts. And so later this week, I just wanted to inform council and for the public information that we will be having a teleconference to go over those financials with the KPMG team that we normally go over every April. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Madam Clerk, is there anyone else on your list?
Yes, we have Councillor Rajima up next, and after that, Councillor Russell.
Thank you very much. Councillor Rajima, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I wanted to speak first of all about our housing task force. An update from the housing task force. We've not been meeting, but we do have a virtual meeting planned for Tuesday, June the 4th. On the agenda, we're going to welcome Josh Warkentin from our planning department. Josh has a background in housing, and he has spoken with the committee in the past. On this particular agenda, Josh will be speaking to us about an item that is particularly relevant now during the pandemic. He'll be speaking to us about rent subsidies. Just wanted to let you know that that's coming up. And also from the Chamber, Madam Mayor, May 12th, the Chamber held its first morning event virtually, and it was called Business Before 9. It was very well attended by members, and Regional Councillor Foster was there and Councillor Pachariva. I think that everybody that attended would agree that it went very well and it was very efficiently run. A very good result under the circumstances. In some ways, it was more efficient than the in-person events, although the advantages of meeting people in person can't be denied. And an update regarding upcoming Chamber events. The Outstanding Business Achievement Awards are at this time scheduled for June 24th, and the board will be waiting until the end of May before making a decision regarding postponement. Also, this Wednesday, May 27th, is the replacement for what has typically been the Mayor's Luncheon, as has been organized by the Chamber of Commerce every year. Of course, this year it cannot happen due to COVID restrictions and has been replaced by an online Zoom conference. And this is happening again this Wednesday, May the 27th at 1 p.m. You should have all received an invitation to register. Registration closes tomorrow, Tuesday, May the 26th at 5 p.m. Please let me know if you've not registered and I'll make sure you get the information. Mayor Easton will be joined by Deputy Mayor Pachariva and Chair of Economic Development and Planning, Councillor McPherson. Also in attendance will be our Director of Economic Development, Paul Deanny, and CAO Mike Kirkopoulos. I should note that David Brown will be moderating. David's usually entertaining with his dry humor. And I was speaking to David the other day and he gave me a bit of a heads up about some roasting that he may or may not be planning. And he gave me the heads up on a particular individual that he may or not be planning to roast. So it should be funny as well as informative. I'm not telling you any more than that.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Is that the end of your report?
It is, but finally, just as a wrap up, Madam Mayor, I want to recognize the stellar job that town staff has been doing during this pandemic, protecting the community while providing the services that the community continues to need, and ensuring that council has the tools and information it needs to continue to govern and to stay connected. It's not been easy for anyone. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. All well noted from both you, Councillor, and Councillor. Madam Clerk, you have another speaker?
We do. We have Councillor Russell up next.
Councillor Russell.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First thing I want to say is a great job and kudos to Director Dave Graham and our Public Works Department for all of the traffic calming measures that have been brought to the town the last few weeks. I know that a lot of effort and a lot of data has been pulled to try to start creating some of these initiatives, and the feedback from the community is very, very positive. We are getting a lot more commentary about suggestions of where other traffic calming measures might be. So between myself and Councilor Gemma, we are compiling a list to pass over to Director Graham for his perusal when he gets a chance. And I also just want to maybe direct a question to our CAO. It appears that the rodent issue is popping up again. They are not following social distance protocols. And a number of residents in our ward are concerned about some things that are happening within the community as far as rodents go. So I'm just wondering if we can get an update on that rodent control program that we had brought a motion forward earlier this year.
Mr. Kirkopoulos.
For you, Madam Mayor, to the councillor, and the councillor is correct. Most of this weekend, he and a number of senior staff, as well as Councillor Regima, went back and forth on this particular issue, and I think we've addressed some immediate concerns. But as I shared with both members of council on the weekend, Dan Smith, who is our manager of bylaw, is proposing on bringing that report back. It will likely be something that comes back for our July meeting. Dan and his team have been incredibly busy working through the COVID response and the pandemic enforcement that we are doing. And so anticipate that report coming forward in July. If for some reason or by chance we can get it in for the meeting later in June, we will do that. But we are currently responding to issues, as the councillor highlighted, regarding rat and some infestation and some areas where we're seeing some new development. But we anticipate having that report back in July.
Good. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Mr. CAO.
Thank you. Thank you all for your announcements. Now we come to a part of the meeting where I'm very, very pleased to know that all of these delegates have come forward to help us with this announcement that we're going to be discussing tonight. It's a very, very important motion that we have in front of us regarding West Lincoln Hospital. And for those of you that are watching, we have Mr. Aaron Lebo, who's the Vice President of Communications and Public Affairs at Hamilton Health Sciences. Mr. Tony Josie from Grimsby, the town of Grimsby. He's a resident there and he's the Vice Chair of the Save and Rebuild West Lincoln Memorial Hospital Committee. We have Kevin Antonides, the Chair of West Lincoln Memorial Hospital Foundation. We have Pamela Ellens, who's the Chief Executive Officer of the West Lincoln Memorial Hospital Foundation. We have Mr. Andrew Smith, a resident of Lincoln, who chairs the West Lincoln Memorial Hospital Community Advisory Committee. And we also have MPP Sam Oosterhoff, who is also going to be speaking to the report. And so, Madam Clerk, if you would put the report on the table, then we will, I'll ask you to invite the delegates one by one. Thank you.
So I know that the CAO had some comments to make in regard to the report before we begin with the delegations. Mike, would you want to go forward?
Through you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Madam Clerk, for the opportunity. Just to provide a little bit of context for those watching, and I will keep my comments very brief and turn it over to our delegates. But we were in front of Council on May 4th. We provided Council a confidential update on the various elements of this particular project and some of the associated timelines and information we were receiving from the province of Ontario, as well as the Foundation and Hamilton Health Sciences. And so we are before you, as indicated on May 4th, with a motion that speaks to the various elements of continuing to work together, continuing to advocate with Niagara Region, with the various parties that are around the table and that are here this evening. We will deal with that as agenda item 8.1. But I just wanted for a chance to provide some opening comments. I think each of the speakers will touch on the various elements and why it's important to move this particular motion forward. We are the second of 3 municipalities to be dealing with this particular matter. Grimsby dealt with it last week. And I think also this evening on the agenda, West Lincoln will be dealing with a similar motion. We've all crafted a motion that very much resembles each other's motions in the respective municipalities, and that really makes a commitment for an estimated $60 million towards this rebuild of West Lincoln Memorial Hospital. And those funds will be coming as part of the local share financing plan from each of the municipalities, from the foundation, and we will work with Niagara Region to determine a specific amount that will be coming from Niagara Region. So those are my comments. I definitely have more comments to make and answer more questions when we deal with the report, but turn it over to you, Madam Mayor, and Madam Clerk, to let the delegates speak.
Thank you very much, Mr. CAO. And I also want to note that Dr. Joan Belair, who's the Chief of Staff at West Lincoln Memorial Hospital, she was also invited to bring her perspective. She's been tremendously involved in moving this project forward. However, as fate would have it, but probably the best place for her, she's working in the emergency department tonight, but she certainly sends all of her goodwill to everyone. So, Madam Clerk, I'm going to leave it to you to call on the individuals. We'll take questions at the end of each person because it is a pretty good list. And but we should try and move along. The agenda is quite heavy, but this is such an important milestone in the life of all of our communities that it really does warrant some attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So as a reminder to all the delegates, you have 5 minutes. I will interject when you have reached your time limit, and then we'll move on to any comments from council. So tonight we begin with Erin Levo, Vice President of Communications and Public Affairs from Hamilton Health Sciences. Ms. Levo, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, and thanks, Mayor and Council, for having this opportunity for me to speak and to represent Hamilton Health Sciences. I'd like to start by thanking all of you for your leadership as we've been pursuing the rebuilding of West Lincoln Memorial Hospital, such a significant and important project for the communities in West Niagara. I mean, we've been just amazed with the collaboration that we've been receiving from all the communities of West Niagara. I really want to specifically in Lincoln thank Councillor Brunet for his support on our Community Advisory Committee, to Mayor Easton as well for her ongoing support, and as we've made delegations to the province at AMO and other forums, as well as CAO Mike Kirkopoulos for his leadership as we've been discussing the matter of the local share of financing in more recent weeks. All across every community of West Niagara, there's unwavering support for this rebuild to happen. There's absolutely no denying the fact that we want to do this quickly and expeditiously. MVP Sam Oosterhoff has made critical representations to the province of Ontario, and as well after the Premier's announcement of support and funding and his unwavering commitment to build this hospital as quickly as possible, we've seen nothing but wind in our sails in terms of looking at ways to double down on planning stages, expedite the work that's underway, etc. You know, we did have this challenge with the pandemic that we're facing now together as a society, but I'm happy to say that nonetheless, we are still on time for our planning for the rebuilding of West Lincoln Memorial Hospital. We were unable to bring some groups together physically, but we found ways to do that virtually. And now some of the earlier steps, some of the earlier stages where we were able to actually make up time and do things quicker than we anticipated with the support from all levels of government, we can now use some of that made up time to offset what we would have lost throughout the pandemic. So I know our partners from the West Lincoln Memorial Hospital Foundation are with us this evening. Their support has been critical, and their board and the work that they do in the community to continue to convey optimism is essential, as is the work from Mr. Josie and the Save and Rebuild Committee, which has also, I think, been a testament to the community's overwhelming passion for West Lincoln Memorial Hospital and kept it front and center, not just with government, with everybody that's in the community. So, I mean, just really all in all, a big thank you to everyone. Happy to answer some questions. And the big headline I wanted to bring tonight as you deliberate this particular motion is that we are on time, if not ahead of time, and looking to get shovels in the ground as quickly as possible with the help of all of our partners. So thank you again.
Thank you very much, Erin. Councillors, any questions? All right, we'll move on then.
You have one, Madam Mayor, from Councillor Brunet.
All right, thank you. Councillor Brunet.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you to Erin. Erin, thank you very much for all the efforts that you've made. You've been with us front and center for the last 3 years at AMO in Ottawa and been a big support around the table, along with our MPP Oosterhoff, with all our meetings with the ministry. So thank you for your efforts. As we go forward later this evening in this motion, Erin, you know, for the benefit of the residents and what might come out through the media, you know, as local partners, we're responsible for 10% of the financing, as well as 100% share of the financing of furniture, fixtures, and equipment, as well as required parking infrastructure. So, Erin, I mean, I think I know the answer to the question, but I've had a lot of calls over the last week from residents, not only in Lincoln, but also in Grimsby, just asking why the parking lot is currently being reconstructed. And I'm just wondering if you could speak to that on behalf of HHS.
Certainly, no problem. Thank you, Councillor Brunet, for the question. I guess it's most important to note that the parking lot is being funded, that reconstruction, the repaving is being funded by the Hamilton Health Sciences Volunteer Association. We're very fortunate to have them manage all of the parking facilities across Hamilton Health Sciences facilities. If you'd been there in recent months, you knew it was in quite a state of disrepair. We want to make sure it's a safe place for all the people that are visiting the hospital, as well as our staff and physicians. We didn't want to head into the recent, spring season with potholes and falling apart lot. We wanted to do our best to make sure that that was sustainable throughout the remainder of the planning that needs to be done for the rebuild. I mean, some good news. Many know we've had challenges maintaining the facility, but we're doing some great work there. We've had some significant investments from government, and we're going to look to see how we can get more patients there over the years ahead. So that parking lot's going to be well used, and we need to make sure that it's ready for that. So that work is literally just a part of ongoing good maintenance. It's not funded out of anything that would take away from the local share of financing for the rebuild. It's not using previously raised funds. It's being funded out of the Hamilton Health Sciences Volunteer Association. And that work, if we can reuse aspects of that for the new building, well, then we'll do that. I think that's important to note as well. The siting of the facility on the grounds right now may allow us to use some of that. It's still too early to say for sure, but if we can, just like as it relates to equipment, technology, and anything else, we can drive costs out of this project by reusing that asset, then we'll absolutely do that.
Yeah, thank you, Aaron. I really appreciate that. And it's also my understanding that it was a safety and a security issue as well. With the asphalting, there was some additional lighting put in place for security and safety reasons. Is that accurate?
Yeah, so and with any project, when you're getting started, you want to make sure you do it right. So I believe your information is accurate. We looked at it was a little dark, so I think the opportunity to put in some more modern lighting, something that's better in terms of energy conservation and brightness, was absolutely on the roster for that project. But as I said earlier, it was in a pretty sore state of disrepair, a lot of potholes, a lot of loose asphalt. We don't want anybody twisting an ankle or getting injured in that lot. So first and foremost in our minds was, let's make sure it's safe for everyone.
That's great. Thank you, Aaron. Thank you for all your work and for being here tonight as a delegate to speak to our motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Madam Clerk?
Thank you. So we don't have anybody else to speak right now, but we do have our second delegation, Mr. Tony Josie, Vice Chair of Save and Rebuild West Lincoln Memorial Hospital. And Yura?
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk and Madam Mayor and the entire council. Similar to Aaron, I should remind council that the night they got re-elected, October 22nd, 2018, we were presented with a gift from HHS with a public announcement that West Lincoln Hospital would have to close for 27 months. 4 nights later, in the town of Lincoln, thanks to our MPP Sam, he brought Doug down, and Sandra Easton represented your council along with 30 local businesses. And Doug said at that meeting, we will get back to you in 3 or 4 weeks. That was October 27th or 26th. And am I coming through okay?
Yes.
Okay, good. Okay, and then on November 28th, we all know Doug came back to the community and made the announcement. And Save and Build, thanks to the town of Lincoln, Councillor Tony Burnett, Sandra Easton, Mike, your CEO, along with the contribution of your tax dollars towards the Save and Build to pay for our signs in the community. Doug will tell you that he still recalls seeing all those signs along Highway 8 coming in, attending a number of functions in Lincoln, as well as Grimsby. He sees them all the time. So it was the partnership between Lincoln, Grimsby, and West Lincoln that gave us the seed money to start Save and Build. And we really wanted to save what we had and build a new facility. Within 48 hours, we had Sam Osterhoff present petitions, 19,000 signed petitions to Christine Elliott. And I must say that thanks to people like Ray Conkle, McPherson's, Pacharivas, we got every church in Lincoln on that Sunday to sign up for these petitions. So after we presented the 19,000, within 24 hours, we got it up to 22,000. And that's Lincoln, West Lincoln, and Grimsby. So that shows you the kind of support we were able to develop within that first week of the announcement. The positives from where we are today, along with cooperation with HHS and countless hours by your mayor, your CAO, and Tony Burnett, Andrew Smith, the entire team. The government committed over $14 million to maintain the hospital as best as possible. Through the ORs should be open in September. That was a big hurdle. And here we are today, thanks to everyone's efforts. I think it was December 19th, the letter that Rob got from the government saying that we're okay to go ahead to phase 2. And then just a few months ago, we got good news again that we're able to do a portion of phase 3 along with phase 2. I keep saying I want shovels in the ground fall of 2021. I realize Infrastructure Ontario has it as a financial close for spring of 2022. But I'm hoping under the current pandemic, the need for proper healthcare facilities are in the forefront and we get this project. But I can't thank Mayor Easton, Councillor Tony Burnett, and Mike, even Councillor Foster and your entire team for your support. It's an absolute pleasure working with the town of Lincoln. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tony. Thanks for connecting all the way from Sault Ste. Marie. We appreciate it. And it's always good to have a little bit of a history lesson. It is a good night to bring us all along that journey and see where we are now. For sure, there's been a lot of good people working, including yourself and the entire community team. Councillors, any question? Madam Clerk?
There's no questions being raised at the moment, so we'll move on to the next delegation. The next delegation that we have is Kevin Antonides, Chair of West Lincoln Memorial Hospital Foundation. So Kevin, please begin.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you for allowing us the opportunity to address Council, the Mayor, and staff regarding the great news of the redevelopment project. So I won't be long. I know I'm going to repeat a lot of things that Aaron and Tony have said, but on behalf of the foundation, we'd like to thank you all for your ongoing efforts of support of this important project and your leadership in making this dream a reality for the residents of West Niagara. Just to bring you up to date briefly, the foundation, through various fundraising efforts beginning back in 2002, I guess, when the last campaign started, through those donations and investment income, we're up to about $10.4 million towards our portion of it. And these funds will be remaining in trust until they're required for the financial close, which we expect, like Tony said, in 3 to 4 years by the time we're actually required to transfer them over. But as part of the stage 2, as you're aware, in this package that was put together this evening, the government requires evidence of local support for the local share. And so we need formal commitment and letters through a motion this summer. So again, we'd like to recognize and thank you all for your support. It's been a pleasure working on behalf of the foundation with the various mayors and CEOs and the regional staff on this project. It's been a great cooperative effort. So we look forward to the next few years of partnering with you and achieving the goal of the local share. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Kevin and Pam, for attending tonight and for the update on the situation with the foundation. We look forward. Council, any questions? Madam Clerk?
No questions at this time, Madam Mayor. So we'll move on to the next delegation. The next delegation that we have is Andrew Smith, Chair of West Lincoln Memorial Hospital Committee Advisory Committee. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor Easton. I guess as far as where we sit with this project right now, my opinion, getting it to where we are at this stage is largely thanks to a lot of the individuals that are actually on this call. So I just want to thank the mayor, Mr. Kirkopoulos, Sam Oosterhoff, Tony Josie, Aaron Levo, and all of HHS. I've been involved with the new hospital project for 17 years, right? All the way back to the first time we took a run to get this across the finish line. And I'm going to be honest with you, this is certainly, I think, the most support we've seen at the grassroots level. This is probably the closest, and certainly if I'm going to say that all the ducks are lined up, this is the time I think that we can get this done. So the message that I want to bring from the community to this group is largely thank you. It couldn't happen without many of the individuals here. Certainly this is not going to happen without the support of all the municipalities, West Lincoln, Grimsby, Lincoln, as well as the region. And we certainly participate the push to get this across the finish line. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Andrew, and thank you very much for all your work with the advisory committee. All of the connections are here tonight, and I'm very, very pleased. I just want to mention that, you know, there have been times when we as a town have gone to different conferences. Sam has always been with us. Aaron Levo has always been with us, even in those early days where you hardly knew whether the ministry was really listening or not. But it was laying the groundwork and demonstrating that those partnerships existed. So Andrew, certainly the advisory committee is a big part of that. And we thank you very much for joining us here this evening.
Thank you.
Any councillors, any questions? Madam Clerk?
No questions, so we'll move on to our last delegation, which is MPP Sam Oosterhoff. Sam, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor, and thank you to all the council for allowing me to come as a delegation before you virtually. I look forward to being able to interact with you all in person at some later date. I just want to thank you on behalf of the people of Niagara West for the passion that you have all shown for this project. Two words come to mind when I think about our community's response over the years, and I don't need to go into the decades-long history of the fight to get a new West Lincoln Memorial Hospital. Suffice to say that I was not yet a twinkle at the time that the first fight happened. So I want to thank you all for your determination and your unity. And Mr. Josie spoke about this briefly, but the Premier, when he did come to town, he did see those signs. Those signs mattered. The tens of thousands of petitions in very short order mattered. But what also mattered was the cooperation from local government officials such as yourselves. You have been unanimous on this issue since day one. It's been my #1 local infrastructure priority because it's the #1 issue that is brought up from not just mayors, not just councillors, but regional councillors, from school board trustees, from people who are working in community, those who are seniors, those who are young families, and everyone in between. And so it's clearly a very, very powerful issue, one that we all care about a great deal. And I'm just so proud to be able to be here today with all of you and see it come to this place. You, of course, know our government's commitment is to work with you, to work with the Hamilton Health Sciences team on making this a reality as soon as possible. And my commitment is to work with you, have an open door to make sure that we get this across the finish line. We have seen the importance of staying united when it comes to facing difficult times over the last few months with the reality of COVID-19. But I think we've also seen the opportunities that arise when communities are coming together in very powerful ways to fight for issues that matter and to fight for the things that matter to people. So I want to thank you for that. I want to assure you of our commitment to making this a reality and assure you that I will be working every step of the way with Mike, with the mayor, with each and every one of you, as well as with other councils. I'm actually going to have to hop off to go on to West Lincoln's call in a few minutes as well. But I just want to make sure you know that this is something we are very committed to. There's been a lot of questions and conversations around fiscal issues. We recognize the need to make sure that we're being fiscally sustainable, but so important to this community and to the needs of the entire Niagara region, we believe, are the contributions that are being made to this project. And I just want to assure you of our government's commitment to moving this project forward. And I think Aaron has spoken about that. Others have spoken about the importance of seeing this proceed very rapidly. And we have seen it proceed rapidly. And I look forward to being able to be with you all when we open the doors in the new build. So thank you very much for having me. I look forward to hopefully a unanimous vote this evening.
Thank you very much, MPP Oosterhoff. For those of you that are watching, make no mistake, we are being very, very political about this tonight. It may sound as though it was an easy road, but it really hasn't been. And it's taken everyone's determination because of the hurdles that you come across, or they cannot be avoided. It's that total determination that has made it possible, everyone's determination at every level. And so we're very happy that you're here tonight, and I'm happy you're going on to West Lincoln as well, Sam, because they're going to, your voice will be very important. Before we, I'm just going to quickly ask if there's any questions, and I'm going to ask Regional Councillor Foster if he has any comments. Any questions? Madam Clerk?
No questions being raised, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Regional Councillor Foster.
Thank you, Mayor Easton, and thank you for allowing me just to make a few comments. Looking around the people talking this evening, Andrew, you and I were together back when council voted the first time through, Pam as well. This is a long time coming that we're getting to this stage, and very positive for us to move forward. Just to let you know that both Mayor Easton and I are very active on the regional side of things as well, and we will be continuing to advocate for appropriate monies at the Niagara region as well. So anyway, congratulations everyone on getting this to this point. This is great. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Foster. All right, members of council and our delegates, we're going to conclude the delegation portion of the agenda and move on to item 8.1, which is report 02-20, Town of Lincoln financial update for West Lincoln Memorial Hospital. And I'm going to give our CAO an opportunity to introduce this report. Mr. Kirkopoulos.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Knowing that a few of our guests need to get off the phone, I'm not sure there's much more that I can say than they've already shared. You do have a report in front of you, AD 02-20, that really speaks to the various elements. The front part of this report focuses on a copy of a motion the council has had the opportunity to review and read. I'll take you to kind of the therefore be it resolved areas that really focus on the collaboration amongst the 3 local municipalities with the foundation to come up or to contribute and make a commitment at this particular point in time in that $60 million number, and then the subsequent lines that speak to working with the regional municipality of Niagara, and then collectively reporting back by December 1st with the details of the various financing plan and financing options so that we can proceed to stage 3 and continue through subsequent stages expeditiously. So you'd have a report in front of you that again takes you through a lot of the comments, both from a history perspective as well as a background perspective that you've heard this evening from our delegates.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kirkopoulos. I have a motion moved by Councillor Brunet, seconded by Councillor Reimer. And it's with great pleasure that I read this motion because I know that it's going to move us one more step forward. That report AD 02-20 be received for information. And whereas Hamilton Health Sciences, HHS, has a critical and urgent need to rebuild West Lincoln Memorial Hospital, WLMH, in order to continue providing safe, high-quality hospital services for all residents of West Niagara. And whereas Hamilton Health Sciences received approval from the Ontario government on December the 19th, 2019 to proceed to stage 2 of the government's capital planning process for a new hospital in order to rebuild WLMH. And whereas the province of Ontario's cost share policy for hospital capital projects provides a provincial investment of 90% of the capital construction costs, conditional upon commitment from local fundraising partners to contribute both a 10% local share of financing for the capital construction costs, plus a 100% local share of financing for the cost of all furniture, fixtures, and equipment, FF&E, and any required parking infrastructure. And whereas approval from the Ontario government to proceed with stage 3 planning for the rebuilding of WLMH requires the timely submission by HHS of a financial plan in stage 2 outlining the contributors to the local share of financing for the new hospital. And whereas HHS is engaged in a dialogue with 3 West Niagara municipalities, Niagara Region, and the WLMH Foundation to determine how the local area municipalities may assist with fulfilling the needed commitment to the local share of financing and provide a commitment by June 1, 2020, in order to satisfy the province of Ontario's requirements to proceed with the next stage of planning for a new West Lincoln Memorial Hospital. And whereas the chief administrative officers from Lincoln, West Lincoln, and Grimsby, together with the regional chief administrative officer, have had preliminary conversations on past practices of the region in supporting hospital redevelopment projects. And whereas councils of the contributing municipal governments would like staff to further investigate, determine, and finalize the financing model to fund, together with the WLMH Foundation, an estimated collective $60 million contribution to the total required local share of financing towards the rebuilding of West Lincoln Memorial Hospital, with a commitment to provide the required funds to HHS upon substantial completion of construction of the new hospital. Therefore, be it resolved that the 3 local municipalities made up of the towns of Lincoln and Grimsby and the township of West Lincoln, together with the West Lincoln Memorial Hospital Foundation, hereby commit to providing an estimated contribution of $60 million to the capital project cost to be raised by the community for the rebuilding of West Lincoln Memorial Hospital. That staff from the towns of Lincoln and Grimsby and the township of West Lincoln, in conjunction with the WLMH Foundation, continue to have formal conversations with the regional municipality of Niagara to determine next steps and options for considerations pertaining to funding support from the region. That the town of Lincoln CAO report back to council by or before December 1, 2020, with further details, including the financing options, recommended financing models for the individual municipal contribution. That the town of Lincoln, in conjunction with the WLMH Foundation, continue to work with Hamilton Health Sciences on the next phase, stage 3, and subsequent stages expeditiously to ensure the completion of the WLMH redevelopment. I will now ask our clerk. I believe, Madam Clerk, that we should first, before we call the vote, I'm going to provide an opportunity for councillors if they have comments or any questions to the motion, and then we'll call the vote. Councillors, if you will.
Madam Mayor, we have the hand raised by Councillor Rajima to speak next.
Thank you. Councillor Rajima. You're on mute, Councillor. Councillor, you're on mute.
Trying to unmute. Okay.
Very
I think
good.
there was 2 of us working on that at the same time. Okay, thanks, Madam Mayor. I'd like to thank everyone involved in bringing this comprehensive report and presentation tonight for consideration. It's very important for council and very important for community members watching tonight to have all the information for them. I'm not saying anything new when I say that the presence of a hospital makes a community a valuable place to live. This has always been the case and hasn't changed, and our need in West Niagara for this hospital has been consistent. And I want to thank everyone here for their hard work and fierce determination. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Madam Clerk, I don't see any other hands up.
Okay, so I'll continue on with the vote. When I call your name, please say yay or nay. I'll begin with Councillor Brunet.
Yay.
Councillor McPherson.
Yay.
Councillor Miklick.
Yay.
Councillor Patriva.
Yay.
Councillor Reimer.
Yay.
Councillor Rajima.
Yay.
Councillor Russell.
Yay.
Councillor Timmers.
Yay.
Madam Mayor.
Yay.
And that carries.
You can leave now, Sam. Thank you to all the delegates for attending with us and for playing your part and just helping to inform the community, bringing everybody up to date and informing the community. It's all very helpful. We appreciate your time. Thank you very much. Thank you, Aaron.
Thank you.
Councillors, we'll now move on to item 8.2, report AD-03-20, Lincoln Recovery Framework update. And Mr. CAO, I believe you have a few comments to make on this.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and through you to Council. I do want to take this opportunity, and Council will have received a number of emails over the last few weeks as it relates to our recovery framework. Just to give you a little bit of an overview and share with you what you've got before you in this report. As a staff team in support of Council and Council's focuses as it relates to COVID and our response, we thought it important to bring this recovery framework forward and to get Council to approve this recovery framework. I'll start by highlighting, and I think very simply putting, that this is a framework that has a focus that is both internal, and by internal I mean municipal and local services, and how we get those services back up and running as restrictions are loosened and as restrictions start to change from the provincial government, and then subsequently also external. And by external, I think in the simplest way, meaning how are we going to support our residents, but also how are we going to support local business and local businesses both within our community and I would suggest slightly outside of our own community as all of the correlations and connections that happen. So you do have a framework in front of you. Just taking you through that very quickly, it does highlight the staff team that has been put in place to support that. It is a subgroup of our EOC, and there are a lot of similar and overlapping individuals that make up our recovery team and also sit on our emergency operations management team. There's really four sectors that I think are important to highlight, and the integrated recovery efforts that go along with them. They are people and communities, the economy, environment and infrastructure. And throughout the report, it does highlight the various elements within each of those sections. And I would again just highlight the external recovery piece, which really focuses on working with our business community to help them for reopening and get through this wave of COVID-19, as well as be resilient for a potential other phase or a second phase of COVID that we're hearing inevitably may come. So a lot of the things that we're planning for internally, our businesses are also planning for, but they require resources, they require assistance, they require our support. And so, again, as you go through the report, page 4 of the report, or page 28 of 77, highlights your working group members. It highlights the rapid recovery team explanation that Mr. Deanny can speak to, and it highlights the planning priorities. There's a section specifically that speaks to our socio-culture and emotional recovery. which really involves dealing with issues around mental health, socioeconomic issues often that we find ourselves having to deal with that may not necessarily be the purview of the municipality at a local level all the time. Some of those resources and sources and issues are regional issues, but oftentimes our staff get involved in those because they are broader issues. They are issues that take a systems approach to resolve. And so staff are here to answer any questions council may have, but that is an overview of the framework that we're hoping council will support this evening.
Thank you very much, Mr. CAO. I would ask Mike if we could have Mr. Deanne provide some commentary as well.
Sure, absolutely.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, through you to council. So as you can see from the recovery document, we are taking very seriously our external recovery when it comes to our business community, and the recovery document and the associated report does lay out some steps that we've taken since day one when the pandemic began. But as I've always said since the beginning, we do not want to create any recovery plans in isolation without our business community feeding into our recovery plans and documentation. So we continue to have ongoing conversations with all segments of our economy, and we do look forward to working with them towards a sort of post-recovery planning and the day when we can open up and have full economic recovery in place. So I look forward to any questions this evening, but do keep in mind that we continue to work with our business community and are leaving no stones unturned when it comes to economic recovery.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deanne. Madam Clerk, would you manage the list, please?
Thank you. Madam Mayor, first up, we have Councillor Miklick to comment.
Thank you. Hello, Councillor Miklick. Go ahead.
Hello there. How are you? Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. Through you to our CAO. Thank you for this report. I appreciate it. It's covers all the important things that people look for in a community and the maintenance of that community. When I drive through town, I see that the grass is being cut. I see that things still appear, that we're still proud of our town despite there being a pandemic, which I think is important. Parks are open. That's fantastic news. I think that people have been cooped up in their homes for a long time. And now that the weather's getting nicer, people are going to be out and about, walking the trails, getting to know each other again. The concern I have is now that this is going to be happening, and I'm concerned, it may seem silly, but the public restroom piece. Mother Nature calls, and I'm just curious, what are residents, what are people, I know that the washrooms are open at Charles Daly Park. However, there's not a lot of bathrooms that are open right now. And with businesses being closed where traditionally people use bathrooms, those businesses that are closed, people are reliant on the select few that are open. Have we addressed this? Do we have a plan for that? Have we looked at this or have any thoughts on how we can take care of that?
Thank you very much, Councillor. This has actually turned out to be an extremely important question across all the municipalities. So Mr. Kirkopoulos, if you could bring us up to date.
Sure, and I'll also ask Director McKay to provide some comments as this does fall to her and her team. But the councillor is correct through you, Madam Mayor, to Councillor Miklick and Council that the public washrooms at Charles Daly Park have been open. At present time, they are the only ones that are open. That we had a lengthy conversation as an EOC, and as you've highlighted, Mayor Easton, I know the mayors have been talking about this issue, as have the CAOs, as have the communication tables, and the CEMC tables, and Chief Hudson can attest to that. I think that the process that we're taking right now, Charles Daly is a destination, and oftentimes it isn't a type of park people are walking to, it's a type of park people are driving to. A number of our other parks that did have what we call some of those kind of portable washrooms that often get delivered. Those are some of our neighborhood parks, and while people are driving to some of those, I think what we're looking at right now, we're getting some guidance from public health. We're looking at restrictions, and as restrictions begin to get lifted, we will be looking at addressing washrooms. Right now, we do have some direction as it results to health and safety guidelines, frequency of cleaning and disinfecting. So those are some of the things we're working through. But it is on our radar. It is something we're focused on. It is something I think in the coming weeks that you will see, Councillor Mikulik, us provide more direction on and be able to put something in place to both protect the health and safety of residents using it and also at the same time address those, I think, challenges sometimes when people do need to use bathrooms and have driven to a particular location. And I know there's one at Jordan Hollow Park that we spoke about a little bit earlier today. So Ms. McKay may have some additional comments. As I said, her and her facilities team have been charged with this particular issue and do have significant thoughts around it.
Ms. McKay?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor, and through you to the councillor. Just to echo the CAO's comments, we certainly don't want to do things too soon that encourage gatherings. So we're cautious of that, and we are talking with our counterparts, not only throughout the Niagara region, but also across Ontario, and we're all, like the mayors, we're all discussing the same issue. We will be ready to mobilize with portable washrooms and hand cleaning stations when the call is made to do so. But we are proceeding cautiously under the directives of as they lift. We are also aware that at our food stations at Ontario Street, folks can go into those washrooms and into those stations there. But we've not had too many questions or complaints about that thus far. But we are monitoring, and we'll be ready to mobilize when the direction is lifted and we can proceed.
Thank you very much. Councillor Mikulik, do you have other questions?
No, I appreciate the responses. I just, I think it's just important for people to know where they can go to the bathroom, like the Jordan Hollow Park. And Paul, Mr. Deaney could probably comment on this as well. If you have a business down there that is on a septic, and it's going to be extremely difficult for a business owner to say, I'm sorry, but the bathrooms, they're for customers only, or I think that it's important to move on this solution as quickly as possible. And if people are resorting to, relieving themselves in a less than desirable manner, I think that might have some of its own health concerns that I'd be concerned about if I was walking my dog on a trail. So that's just and the other one, like, is the Balls Falls. There's a lot of people on the weekend at Balls Falls. Do we know if their facilities are open?
I don't believe we do, Mr. Kirkopoulos. Have we been in touch with the Conservation Authority, or have they been in touch with us?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I know we have had a number of conversations with the Conservation Authority. I don't know, unless Shannon does, whether or not their facilities are open, but we can definitely follow up. But I think, as I said, Public Health hasn't issued. They're working with individual municipalities that have a particular issue around public bathrooms, but I know they haven't issued a directive specifically around the criteria, the amount of cleaning, the frequency of cleaning it. So I suspect that the Conservation Authority is probably in the same boat as the municipality. That's something we can definitely follow up with and get back to the councillor. Again, unless Ms. McKay has a further update.
I do not, but I can follow up, absolutely.
All right, thank you very much. Councillor Mikulik, if it is satisfactory to you and to the rest of council, we'll wait for Mr. Kirkopoulos to send us a reply through email once the follow-up is done.
I would appreciate, Madam Mayor, if I could, if I could make one more comment, is that I know some of our curbside pickup restaurants are allowing people to use their bathrooms Mr. Deanne shared that with me a few moments ago, and so I did want to bring that up. Not all, but some, and I think Councillor Mikulich suggested that that was the case as well. It's not consistent.
I would appreciate that, Mr. Kirkopoulos. I just, as a former business owner, I know how frustrating it can be when you have a lineup of people using your bathroom because it's the only one available. And there's certain expense and cost to that, and I just want that to be highlighted and looked after. That's all. Thank
Absolutely,
you,
Councillor.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Madam Clerk?
Next up, Madam Mayor, we have Councillor Brunet.
Councillor Brunet.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you to the CAO, and maybe also, I have 3 questions, Madam Mayor, mostly to the CAO, but I believe one probably our EDO, Mr. Deanne, could chime in if he sees fit. So I just wanted to thank all the people, quite a list of people on this recovery working group, I think 10 including the CAO, as well as the subset of the EOC team. So there's lots of work being done behind the scenes. I think in a lot of ways, we think that we're just following the marching orders of the region and the province. There's a lot of work being done with local businesses behind the scenes that we don't see. In a lot of ways, I think we've got staff working more hours now than they've ever worked before. So thank you for this framework. So really, I have 3 questions. The last page of the report states that one of the important things coming out of a disaster or a recovery is communication plan, and communication will be vital to bring us out of this. Through you, Madam Mayor, to our CAO, in light of the fact that our chief communications person has left the organization, I'm wondering if our CAO can just speak to who will be leading the organization on this communication plan as we move forward coming out of this recovery.
Mr. Kirkopoulos.
Through you, Madam Mayor, to the councillor. Let me answer that 2 ways. Probably to give council a quick update, and that is that we hope to be posting that position very shortly. We're just finalizing any of the changes that we need to make on that job description, but we'll be going out very soon because it is an integral role. And the way I'd answer, I think the major part of the councillor's question is before Carrie left to go to Milton, she did establish a lot of the guidelines, a lot of the templates that we are going to be using. And within an IMS structure, which is how we're functioning to tackle this particular emergency, and IMS stands for Incident Management System. There is always backup for each position, up to and including the CAO. The backup for the EIO, which is the communications position, it's called an Emergency Information Officer within the IMS structure, is Mr. Deanne. So he, in addition to being the liaison role, which is a little bit of that business connectivity, economic connectivity piece, he is also the backup, or was the backup EIO. He is taking on that role, and in cooperation with Leanne, who is our graphics person, Paul and myself, and all the templates that Carrie left us with. We are handling communications as it stands now, but Councillor, I think, to your question, is that sustainable in the long term? Absolutely not. And this recovery will be more than just a month, will be more than just getting posting up and out will be important.
Okay, thank you, Mike, and I appreciate that. My next question, Madam Mayor, speaks to what Mike kind of alluded to in his prelude with regards to the community socio-cultural and emotional recovery. So we've all heard, through social media and videos that the community care of West Niagara and the Village of Hope have been communicating, and how COVID-19 has affected the families that they support and the work that they do, and they're planning food drives. They've been having food drives and planning food drives. I'm just wondering, through you, Madam Mayor, to the CAO, so when we talk about the socio and the emotional and the mental health, we had developed last year path stones at the library. We've worked with Jillian's Place, and recently I had a phone call from Mark Andrews from the YWCA because they've got a fundraiser coming up, and they're trying to identify, housing and the underprivileged, the people that don't have a shelter in West Niagara. So I'm just wondering through you, Madam Mayor, when it comes to this socio cultural and emotional recovery phase, have we had discussions with Pastones, with Jillian's, with YWCA to better understand their requirements during this pandemic and now and as we move into the recovery phase?
Thank you very much, Councillor. Mr. Kirkopoulos.
Through you, Madam Mayor, and I will ask Ms. McKay to comment on some of those other agencies, as I know her and Ms. Ain have been liaising with those individuals, as have a few members of council, and we've got a number of members of council who are connected with many of these organizations. But I did have the chance to have a conversation with Ms. Rossi from Pastones, where she did update me specifically on the lack of the in-person walk-in clinic services that Councillor Brunet highlighted, and the fact that they're looking to launch video counseling very soon, as well as building out some virtual events specifically for grade 8s and grade 12 grads. So I think they're seeing those individuals that are graduating really suffer from some additional mental health challenges at not having that closure that often goes with those graduation ceremonies. And so they are working on a few things. They said more information is available and will come forward. And I know when I can, I do reach out and have conversations with the respective agencies to determine if and how we can assist. Some of it is, as I said, under the purview of the region. So we try to be that connector with regional supports, with regional individuals. But again, I know Shannon has been liaising with a number of these folks, so she can provide a further update.
That's great, Mike. I appreciate that. And it's really good to know that that we do have staff working in those areas. My last question is really a two-part question.
Councillor Renee, I think you asked a very, very good question. And if Ms. McKay could go ahead and provide us with a little bit more information, I think it'll round it out quite nicely.
Thank you, Madam
Go
Mayor.
ahead, Shannon.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Mayor. So yes, we have reached out to a number of groups, community organizations who interface directly with our residents and clients to learn a lot more about the changing circumstances. And we have a full list of groups still to connect with. So not limited to, but I'll list off a few of them: Pastones, Jillian's Place, Bethesda, and the Employment Center, and the Y. So we are continuing to reach out to these groups. We've had 3 calls so far, and we'd like to do some debriefing. We're quite confident we're going to hear the same types of things, but we may hear additional areas of concern, challenges, and gaps that then we'll bring back to the recovery group to make sure that they build these strategies into the plan as we move forward.
Thank you very much. Councillor Brunet.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So my last question, really probably directed to Mr. Deanny, speaks to the external community recovery plan in the report. So the first question in that section, we reference the execution of a tourism strategy to help our tourism sector down a path of economic prosperity. I'm wondering if the EDO could update us on the status of this implementation, as we've been talking about this for quite some time before the pandemic.
Mr. Kirkopoulos, we're looking for Mr. Deanny.
I mean, I could provide comments, but Mr. Deanny's far better at speaking to this one than I am.
I'm just directing the question through you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and through you and our CA to the councillor. So a very good question, and the councillor is right that we have been working on the tourism strategy for some time, and we were actually planning on bringing it back to council for final approval at the end of March, beginning of April, but obviously we've had to push back the timeline. So currently working with the clerk to get it on one of our next meetings, looking at either the end of June or July. Obviously a very busy schedule, so working around that, councillor, but we're obviously not waiting and have started with some of the implementation of the tourism strategy, mainly starting to prep the Twenty Valley Tourism Association to re-envision it and revamp it into the new organization. In addition, ongoing conversations with St. Catharines around an MOU and coming together to support the Lincoln and surrounding areas for tourism. So more to have at a later date, Councillor, but we are coming back fairly shortly.
Councillor Brunei, satisfactory?
Yes, Madam Mayor, I thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Deanne. Madam Clerk.
Next up, we have Councillor Timmers.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is an excellent report. And as I was reading it, I was just thinking what a huge amount of work that has gone into this. And I just really want to thank our CAO and the whole EOC team. This is, you can tell, this has taken a lot of time to put this together. My question were answered. I was looking for the tourism and communications piece, which I'm satisfied with, but through to our CAO. Mike, what kinds of steps do you see coming? I know that's a big question, but in the next baby steps that you foresee coming for council and for the community?
Mr. Kirkopoulos.
Through you, Madam Mayor, and I'm glad you asked this question, Councillor, because I wanted an opportunity to speak to. I think the challenge sometimes in putting timelines in place is that they often get broken, and I think we're seeing that on something that is as unpredictable as COVID has become just in the last number of days. We're starting to see numbers kind of creep up, and as a result, things slow down. So today I heard that the Minister of Health had been contemplating or answered a question specifically as it relates to larger group gatherings, so multifamily gatherings as an opportunity, and how they were going to slow that down as a result of what happened this past weekend, and has generated a lot of attention, and that is the incident at a park in Toronto where a number of people gathered. And so I think right now, patience and adaptability is really the two focus areas that I think we need to have. We are working through a number of plans. A number of you haven't seen Town Hall, but we have started both ordering and putting up kind of what I would call those sneeze guards or glass partitions in the public counter areas, because things like facilities will be opening up soon. We have started marking off on the ground locations and where to direct people, what is 6 feet or 2 meters, all sorts of things like that. So as I said, I think that patience and adaptability to the information that comes forward is going to be critical. The opening of the economy, I think, as we said, is great news. But our plans and what we have before council are more of a roadmap, not a timeline. So I think you're going to see phase 2 eventually happen, depending on what the numbers look like. Part of phase 2 is the more or the slight reopening of certain things. You're going to see us come forward and probably talk to you, and our clerk can speak to it. The need to have some planning meetings, the need to start moving some of the other business of the municipality forward. So those are things that I think you're going to hear coming forward. As I said, I think the chances of a phase 2 of this particular disease coming back in the fall means we need to get prepared and have a system in place or systematically be able to respond to it. And so I think those are a number of the things to see again. I don't know what tomorrow necessarily looks like or next week, but the slow reopening, we're hearing things like day camps potentially can continue. But again, that's really going to depend on the various phases. So internally, I think we're talking about all of this. We're talking about the various elements of it. We're talking about what are the pieces of the services we provide. We provide 92 services. A lot of them are essential and legislated, so those have continued with safety measures in place. But there's all the other things that we do and provide and that residents come to us for that we're starting to determine in this new reality, whether it's around for the next 12 months or 18 months or less, hopefully, how we can continue to provide services. Technology is going to remain integral in terms of how we continue to connect with people, both through this type of format that we're doing for council meetings and decision making. But I would say just in terms of engaging individuals as they want to engage with us so that we can make decisions and move the business of the town forward. We have things, again, I think some stuff you'll see continue. our outreach to seniors. They are a vulnerable group and will remain a vulnerable group for the duration of this virus. So I think you're going to see things like our programs either expand or continue so that we can continue to support that segment of our population. I probably could go on, Councillor Timmers, for some time, but I'll stop there because I think others may have some more specific questions.
No, that's very good. I appreciate your comments very much. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Timmers. And we have Councillor Russell.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll try to keep this brief. I don't want to belabor this any further than it has to. I believe Mr. Krikopoulos and Councillor Brunet and Director McKay had already touched on this. It's more of a suggestion than a question. With regards to the mental well-being and the mental health recovery caused by the pandemic, I would just hopefully like to think that one of the strategies will go well beyond what the pandemic will actually be. I have a feeling that some of the anxiety that is caused by this is going to be long-standing and probably will be need some extra attention beyond the realm of what the pandemic timeline will offer. So hopefully in the discussions with Pastone or whatever other health or mental health recovery agency that we might be dealing with, we will be offering services long-term well beyond the dates that the statement of emergency is enacted. So just wanted to point that out and move on. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. I have a motion moved by Councillor Pachariba and seconded by Councillor McPherson that report AD-03-20 and the associated framework document be received for information. Madam Clerk, would you call the vote?
Thanks, Madam Mayor. When I call your names, please state yay or nay. Councillor Brunet?
Yay.
Councillor McPherson?
Yay.
Councillor Miklick?
Yay.
Councillor Pachariba?
Yay.
Councillor Reimer?
Yay.
Councillor Rajima?
Yay.
Councillor Russell?
Yay.
Councillor Timmers?
Yay.
Mayor Easton?
Yay.
That carries.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. We now consider Council Item 8.3, Public Works Quarterly Project Update for Quarter 2, 2020. Mr. Graham, Director Graham, will introduce the report. Go ahead, Mr. Graham.
Thank you, through you, Mayor Easton, and to members of council. So you have this report here before you tonight, and I'm available to answer any questions you may have on the projects or programs. During the pandemic, staff have been working hard to keep our projects moving forward. We have a number of projects that have been awarded. Some are starting. We're in the process of tendering further projects as we look into the next couple of months. So like I said, I'm here to help answer any questions anyone may have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Graham. Well, I don't see anybody on the list. We have Councillor Miklick. Councillor Miklick, you can start, and then Madam Clerk, if you would manage the rest of the list. Go ahead, Councillor.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. Through you to Director Dave. With regards to Project 32, 21st Street, Bailey Bridge, it says completed. When I drive on that, it's still rattling and noisy, and I'm not sure what exactly I didn't know it was done. What do we do in that case where I'm not sure. Like, I don't know if it was completed. I didn't know it was completed.
Hey, Mr. Graham?
Sure. Through you, Mayor Easton, to the councillor. Yes, so the major work was completed back in March. So we did a bunch of welding to the grates, crack grates, loose grates, secured a lot of the grates so they would be a lot less noisier than they were. At that time, the work was done well and we were happy with it. What we can do, if you feel it's still noisy, I haven't been over it in a while, we'll do an inspection to see if something's changed since then, but the major work has been completed and it is a big improvement to what it was.
Okay, thank you for that answer. It just, when I heard from a resident about it, and then when I took a drive on it, there was some talk that it didn't really take that long to fix. I'm not sure how long or how much time was actually spent on the repair. Perhaps you can look into that.
Yeah.
Find out if we can have that taken care of in a little bit better fashion. Thank you. Hold on.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mikulik.
If I
Got
may,
another question?
Yeah, just one more question. And this would be with regards to the water replacement, the water meter replacement. What restrictions do we have that prevent us from completing this? Through you,
Mr. Graham?
Sure, yeah. Through you, Mayor Easton, to the councillor. So currently, as an update on the water meter replacement program, so we had to obviously take a pause with the whole pandemic. One of our biggest issues was the health and safety of going in people's homes during a pandemic. So changing out water meters in their basement and in their house. So we're still not doing that. That is still on hold, deferred until further restrictions are lifted and we see how the pandemic is progressing. We're anticipating we'll be in a position likely in June to start considering going in people's houses to change meters. However, in the interim, as of last week, we are continuing with meter replacements in commercial buildings, businesses, commercial, and industrial meters. So that is occurring currently, the larger type meters. So, but the residential ones are still being deferred, and we're looking at likely end of July to be in a position to restart that process.
Okay, and if I may follow up, who is making that decision? I see things are loosening up a little bit out there. There's face masks. I don't know how intrusive it is to residents. I don't know. What I know is that it's costing our municipality money. And is it us as a municipality that's making that decision, or is it the service provider?
Through you, Madam Mayor, to the councillor. So it's our position currently, where we're not comfortable yet going in people's homes. We are going to have to work very closely with residents to ensure that we're working on standard operating procedures with our contractor and consultants on how that was going to look, entering people's homes with masks, et cetera, like you were saying. But at this point in time, we're not in a position to do that yet. But like I said, we are working on the commercial meters.
Okay, that's all. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Madam Clerk?
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Next up, we have Councillor Timmers.
Councillor Timmers? You're on mute.
Sorry, I'm on now. Sorry about that. Thank you, Mary Easton. Just through to Director Graham. I'm just looking at this report, which I think is fabulous again, especially page 10, I think is just so useful to counselors and will probably save a lot of emails asking you questions about things. And I think that's just a fantastic page to print out and know what's happening month by month around the town. Dave, my question to you is, there's a lot of work going on, a lot of projects going on, and how are the guys on the ground managing working? Are they distancing? Like, how are they working through the day? I'm just curious.
Through you, Mayor Easton, to the councillor. So absolutely, councillor. It is challenging. We have a number of standard operating procedures that we've created in response to the pandemic. We are ensuring our staff self-distance. We talk about the various work tasks ahead of time to look at how we can do work tasks and maintain all the health and safety, requirements in accordance with all the guidelines for COVID, as suggested by the Ministry of Labor. So, things take slower because we're trying to keep people in separate vehicles currently. but we are looking at how we can improve that situation with plexiglass screens that we're going to look at putting in some of our crew cabs to sort of get back to a little bit of a new normal with more than one people per vehicle. Yeah, so we're getting by right now. We have staff on shifts. Part of that objective was to split people up so we could have less people working together at one time. So we are managing, and we're continuing to look at how we're transitioning to get back to a little bit of a new normal with regular day shifts with everybody back working together. But again, the health and safety of the staff is, our first and foremost when we look at all this.
And just one other question. If you could just update me, I did see it in the report, but around Rittenhouse Road.
Sure.
How do you foresee that project moving? Sorry, I found it here now. Okay.
Through you, Mayor Easton, to the councillor. So with that project, we're hoping to tender that project in a couple weeks. Currently, we've been working with the Conservation Authority on permits. There's a creek there that we have to put a new culvert in. And we're also been working through some legal agreements with the landowners there for some creek works around the culvert. So we're getting that completed. We're going to be in a position to tender the project in a couple weeks. That's our plan currently, and look at a council award coming up. And we're hoping to be, maybe August construction if everything goes well to start construction. So that's our forecast at the moment.
Okay, that's great. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mayor Easton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Next up, we have Councillor McPherson.
Go ahead, Councillor McPherson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I do have 4 projects that I have questions on. Number 1 is actually project number 11. And again, I would also say that this report is very, very helpful. Always like the way it's laid out and simple to read and follow. The first one I'm asking about is the Red Maple Sewer. And in that report, we talk about, or the Public Works talks about the 90% of the design plans completed, finalizing design late Q2, which we are getting to be late Q2 now. So preparing to respond with storm sewer construction work based on developers' timing. And I was under the understanding that the developer is waiting on us in the region. So if Director Graham could speak to that piece there, please.
Thank you. Mr. Graham.
Mayor Easton, to the councillor. So yeah, good question. With this project, again, it's development driven, the timing of it. So just a couple pieces to update everyone on. So there's two large infrastructure upgrades that need to occur to help this development get started and accommodate the proposed densities. So number 1 is the regional pumping station upgrade, Bridgeport pumping station upgrade, which is a regional project. And a little bit of an update on that piece. The region are working through the detailed design work on that project. There was a couple members of council may recall, there was a couple residents adjacent to the pumping station who had expressed some concerns around the design of the pumping station at that time. And I'm pleased to update everyone that the region has went back, adjusted their design work to accommodate those concerns. And my understanding, they've been in touch with those residents in that regard. And it seems that those issues are being worked through. In regards to the timing of the pumping station, construction-wise, in speaking to the region, we don't anticipate any work occurring this year. The region is in discussions with the Ministry of Environment. They don't think they'll have their permit approvals in place for construction to start this year, but they are going to work through that, and when we have more information to share, we will do that. But that's the update for the pumping station. The other large infrastructure upgrade that we need to do, being the town's part, is the storm sewer construction in order to provide adequate stormwater management for the development. So we are working through that design. And it's pretty much completed because we want to be ready to go when the site plan approval and the site plan process is at a point where we can do that. So what we're going to be doing over the next number of months is working with the developer on, the off-site servicing type agreements. And depending on how that progress goes, we'll have a better understanding of whether we're starting the storm sewer construction work this fall or not. So again, I would say in another month or so, we'll have a better handle on the timing of that project, but we are ready to go with the storm sewer works should the site plan be at a position where we have those agreements in place.
Okay.
Councilor
Thank you.
McPherson, go ahead.
Yes. Next project is the Prudhome's Project 14. And in that project, it states that working through MTO permit requirements and approvals. And I'm wondering, that sounds a little daunting, that the MTO being the MTO. How do we ask you straight out? Do you see delays as a result of these approvals and the permit requirements?
Mr. Graham.
Madam Mayor, to the councillor. I mean, we're hoping not. We're working with the MTO. We're trying to, address all their concerns. But, it does take time to work through an MTO permit. This is fairly significant work. We're crossing the highway. We're running piping down the North Service Road adjacent to the highway. So, it is a process we do have to go through. And we're hoping to get, our permit approval late Q3, and then be in a position to look at when we can tender this work. So at this point, I'm not expecting a delay, but like I say, we're continuing to work diligently with the MTO to try and get through this.
Okay, thank you, Director Graham. And thirdly, shoreline protection condition assessment study, Lakeshore Roads, huge project. And in the report, you've got finalized study and development emergency response plan for shoreline flooding in Q2. So again, I see that you've got a condition assessment completed there. Can you speak to where we're at with this emergency response plan?
Go ahead, Mr. Graham.
Thank you, through you, Mayor Easton, to the councillor. So we do, our plan is like the report or the update was saying, we are currently finalizing the report. So a lot of work has been done. We've done a lot of detailed condition assessment on site of the various sections of shoreline, and we have a really good handle on what's needed to permanently fix those locations and costs. So our plan is we want to bring council a more fulsome update on this program in the next few months, probably closer to the end of summer. We want to do a full report on this and give council a full update. As it relates to the emergency plan, we're also working on that too. So that is something that we're formalizing with many stakeholders, which is a really positive move should we, experience these types of situations again. So we're going to have an emergency response plan in place, and that'll definitely help us. So it would probably be good that we can share that with council as well when we bring this report forward in the near future.
Okay, and finally, I'll be brief. Jordan,
So,
I.
Councilor McPherson, could I just ask Mr. Graham, when he's talking about a fall report, and so is your report on the condition assessment costs, et cetera, is that coming in the fall as well or sooner?
Through you, Madam Mayor. So currently right now we're finalizing the study report. And once that's completed, then we want to bring a full update to council. And I think right now we were projecting a September committee meeting.
Okay. All right. I'm sorry, Councillor McPherson.
No, no problem. Thank you, Madam Mayor. And one of the final question is, did Jordan I investigation study and you know, all tied into the previous discussion around the pumping station and whatnot. So I see that in here we've got currently developing proposed program alternatives. So I'm guessing that the rain barrels didn't do it for us. And I'm being facetious there, that we have other things that we need to do. And I wonder if, Director Graham, if you could speak to what we're thinking in this case.
Director Graham?
Through you, Mayor Easton, to the councillor. So yes, there's a number of elements to this program. The rain barrel program that we tried last year, you know, we do believe it has helped. We're currently, we don't have the exact data to say how much it helped at this point. We are doing flow monitoring in the sewer system, and once we have that data, we'll be able to determine how effective the rain barrel program was. But based on some of our conditions this fall, we do believe it has helped relieve some of the water from the system. And again, this is trying to get, you know, unwanted rainwater and groundwater out of our wastewater collection system. So the other big element to this program is redirecting people's sub pumps. So people's sub pumps who may be connected to the sanitary sewer system and they really shouldn't be. So we've done some inventory of that, some investigation of that, and we have a pretty good handle on you know, how many sub pumps might be connected where they shouldn't be. As we've come into the COVID pandemic, we've had to sort of pause some of that investigation given the concerns around going in people's homes, et cetera, and looking at their sub pumps. However, I think what you can expect, you know, from a council perspective is we'd like to bring a report at a future committee meeting where we're looking at developing a sub pump disconnection or a redirect program. That's something that the town would help residents with. So that's something that we do want to bring to council in the near future, a program like that, and with the objective of trying to work together with the residents to get their sub pumps disconnected from wastewater collection systems. So that would be one of the next steps that we're looking at. And again, with the COVID pandemic, it's been challenging to do public information centers. That is something we do want to do when we're further along with the residents in Jordan to share some of this information. But we're also looking at other ways we can communicate with residents if we need to at that point in time, whether we're looking at you know, detailed information packages that we send out to residents. So we're also looking at that as well.
Good. Sounds good. Sounds good. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much for your questions. Madam Clerk.
Madam Mayor, I know that Terry Cherwalla had a couple of comments in regards to the federal program and application for shoreline. Would you mind if Terry made a few comments to that?
Not at all.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
So through the mayor, just in terms of the shoreline assessment that we're working on, it's also going to feed into an application that we're submitting to the federal government to get some funding to help with the work that that's going along there. And this afternoon, we just had a call with some of the federal contacts, and it was sounding very positive. We submitted the application last year with council's approval, and they've called us back to say they're just doing a targeted intake now and that they have our application. So they've asked us to send in a revised one, which will be using the work that's been happening so far on the shoreline to help spur that application forward.
Very good. Thank you very much, Mr. Walla. Madam Clerk.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. We'll move on next to Councillor Reimer.
Go ahead, Councillor Reimer.
Thank you, Mayor Easton. Through you to Director Graham. great report too. Just to follow on the comments of some of the councillors, it's easy for us with a report like this to answer a lot of questions on the ground. So thanks for the detail. Similar to Councillor McPherson along the shoreline, we have two projects there that are currently underway. And I noticed the second one, the Lakeshore Road East part, there's no mention of costs in there. I know there's probably some overlap, and I know there's, you know, this area is a little more urgent probably than the rest. When we receive, it says here Q3, we'll have a draft report. Will there be costs involved with that, Director Graham, or do we have to send out for costs then, or how's that going to proceed?
Just for clarification, Councillor Reimer, you're looking at the Lakeshore Road east of Martin shoreline protection. That's the study you're looking at?
That's
okay,
correct.
Go ahead, Mr. Graham.
Through you, Mayor Easton, to the councillor. Yes, so this is a particular project, Lakeshore Road, east of Martin. And this project is actually, we're into an EA study. So we view, this is, if members of council may recall, this is the area of Lakeshore Road where we did the voluntary evacuation. So this had a lot more higher priority to look at, you know, what are our options to do a permanent fix here. So that's this particular study, whereas the other study that we were speaking with Councillor McPherson is the entire shoreline roads, including some of the parks. So these, just to clarify the two studies. So back to the Lakeshore Road east of Martin EA study. So what we're planning to do in Q3 is look at a draft report, and that draft report through the EA study will be looking at the most preferred alternative on permanent shoreline protection works. And costs will also be a major part of you know, looking at what is the best alternative for the town in terms of addressing this problem. So you can expect a cost to be considered and presented in that process.
Oh, that's great. Thanks, David. Thanks, Mayor Easton.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Madam Clerk.
Next up, we have Councillor Pachariva.
Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. And this is probably a question to Mr. Kirkopoulos because it's more about policy. Staff's role is to do the work. Council's role is to implement the policy. So curious, our policy behind speed bumps. So where I'm going with this is, you know, we put the one on Central Avenue last week and there was some fanfare about it. And there was various people chiming in, residents chiming in on Facebook looking for the same, you know, speed bumps on their streets. And I was a little disheartened to see that we only purchased one new set. So wondering what is the policy behind these and how can we go about looking at it? But at the same time, Councillor Graham did share with me an email and I'd like him to touch on that. So there is some permanent ones being installed. So kind of two-part there, if I may.
Okay, thank you very much. I take it this is, we'll go first to the CAO to deal with the policy issue, unless he's looking for someone else. Mr. Kirkopoulos, this is yours.
Through you, Madam Mayor, and Director Graham and I have been chatting about this with the Deputy Mayor as well, and a number of councillors that have brought this up, and I think the council is correct in that we did receive fanfare, a lot of positive comments from residents seeing the permanent speed bump that was put in. And I know we've also had a number of conversations with Ward 1 on this. There's a number of those, what I would call traffic calming measures, whether they be signs, whether they be slow down things that we've tried to do and tried to implement, have gone around the town over the last number of weeks. You know, our policy usually is to put in the temporary measures first, determine do they work, are they the appropriate type of measure, before then moving forward and implementing something that is more permanent. You know, we do have a program this year that is much more, I would say, aggressive in terms of looking at traffic calming, and I see Director Graham nodding. So he does have a lot of the details, Councillor, and I know we've been exchanging a number of emails on that. So I'll let Dave speak to specifically where those are going and what we're doing as it relates to it. I know as much as sometimes we say data is important in this particular case, I think the collection of data, looking at the right, the right kind of interjection of a tool is often necessary instead of looking at a speed bump, which often people see as substantial and does it, but maybe there's other things that we can do. So Director Graham definitely can speak to it.
Go ahead, Mr. Graham.
Thanks, Mike, through the Madam Mayor to the councillor. So in terms of our policies, so when we developed the transportation master plan, we did develop a traffic calming policy to complement how we're going to manage traffic calming and speed bumps moving forward. And the objective with the temporary speed humps is that we're selecting streets where we're hearing concerns from residents. We're doing some speed counts to confirm that speeding is occurring. And then we tried the temporary speed humps, and the objective with the temporary speed humps is to let's try them out at a location. Let's see how they work. Did people find them effective? But the biggest piece that we really want to build into this is neighborhood engagement. So we put the temporary ones in, and then when we go to remove them, we do a survey and consult with the neighborhood and find out, did they work? Didn't they? Did you like them? Any other suggestions on maybe where we can place them? And it's really important that we get the resident feedback on those, because not everybody likes speed humps. And, there's been some situations where municipalities have invested in permanent speed humps, and, they haven't been well received by some, neighborhoods. And, you don't want to be in a situation where you have to go back and remove permanent ones that, were quite costly. So our objective is, let's try the temporary ones out. Let's see how they work, gets the resident input. And if there's, a lot of buy-in and people would like to see these, then we're going to transition from temporary to permanent ones. So that's the process that we're looking at right now.
Okay. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. It's just, the temporary speed bumps, Garden Gate and Ashby. So they were there last year and now they're back. To me, that would say, okay, they worked. We should look at either something permanent or something in the the speed reduction campaign toolbox. You got to appreciate Ward 2, for the most part, is on the side of the escarpment. So gravity, it reduces speed. So, we've got William Street, we've got Stadelbauer, Hickson, Ashby, you name it. And with the new subdivisions going in, you want to set up some good behavior before this. And I know, Director Grayman, I'm giving you, you got to put out there about the permanent ones or the things you're going to do on Stadelbauer and Highland Park, because just before the meeting, I received an email about that. And I said to the resident, got some great news I want to share with you from Director Graham. So just, maybe I want it to happen quicker than it does, but part of the transportation master plan, we've identified this and really want to buy in. So I really want to look at that policy and see how we can expedite it, see how we can do that. And I know, you said about putting in permanent speed bumps and then getting some pushback. Well, that's where we need to educate. That's us as counselors. We need to buy in. We need to have a ward meeting. We need to set that up. I understand that COVID, the pandemic won't allow us to do that right now, but virtually or online or something that, we need to keep moving forward. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Kirkopoulos, do you have anything to add to this?
I think the only thing I would add through you, Mayor Easton, to the council, there is a total of, I think, 4 new temporary speed bumps that are going in. And I think Director Graham has spoken to those. A new one at Ashby between Kennedy and Hillside, a new one at Garden Gate between Cameron and John Street, a new one at Garden Gate between Green Lane and Drake. There's one reinstalled and one that is new, so 2 in that area and 1 on Central Each year we're going to build out this program. We are going to continue to add traffic calming, and I think as Director Graham highlighted, sometimes what gets a lot more attention is the big speed hump, but sometimes some of the signage we put in place around, for example, the Fleming Center. I know in driving that and looking at the park, skate park project that's going forward, it does get your attention. You do have to weave around it. And so while it isn't a speed hump, we have looked at some other measures in that area to address traffic calming. So some larger, some far more inexpensive, but we will continue, and I hear the councillor loud and clear.
Thank you very much. Councillor Mikulik, Councillor Njima hasn't asked a question yet, so I'll go to her first. Councillor Njima, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm going to ask, since we're on the topic of traffic calming and safety, I've had a number of times a resident that lives on John Street, I should say, not too far from Sand Road, and he's contacted me a number of times over the years, and I think he's contacted you as well, Madam Mayor, and perhaps somebody else, but his concern is, and particularly he's seen an increase in pedestrians along that section of John Street between Sand Road and Ontario Street. It's poorly lit and it's not set up for pedestrians, and we understand why. It's just the way it is. But there's a lot more people out walking their dogs now and walking in the evening. And so I wanted to bring this up and see if it's anywhere in our scope, if there's any kind of safety measures that we have planned for that strip of John Street. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay, Councillor Njima, that particular item isn't part of this capital report, which is essentially is. And so since Mr. Graham has a few other items of policy that he needs to get back on, Mr. Graham, or Mr. Kirkopoulos, through you, I think the councillor may need some assistance with this, and it may need to go on one of her committee agendas.
Through you, Madam Mayor, absolutely. I think we can look back on this one particular incident. And I think, the only comment I would make, the councillor highlighted, is it on this year's work plan, or is it on the horizon for us to look at this particular issue? I think the comment that I would make, and probably dovetails onto what we're hearing around COVID and just, what the pandemic has led to. And I know I've had this conversation with a number of councillors and a number of members of the public. I think COVID-19 will change the way we design our municipalities, the way we design towns, the way we design trails. And we're already starting to have these conversations as a staff group. I see Kathleen smiling. We've had this conversation from a planning perspective. And so I think, whether something's on the agenda or not now, I take very clearly the importance of making sure our communities are walkable, our streets are safe. And I think you're seeing a slight paradigm shift in terms of how we deal with what I would call these social spaces and needing to design them right. So it may not be, every issue may not be on our radar. I suspect as we look at coming out of this pandemic, these things will be more topical and there will be more of a demand from residents. But we'll get back to the council for sure on this particular one.
Thank you, appreciate that.
Thank you very much. Councillor Mikulik.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, for giving me the second chance to talk here. Just, with regards to those speed bumps, I'll just make a comment. I personally like the idea of them being temporary, just in case sometimes they have a negative effect. I've had in the past, not a speed hump, but a speed depression on my road or a pothole, and you can hear it in the basement of the house. So I think that some people wish for a speed bump or a speed hump, and then you find out that, wow, that's loud. So I personally don't mind the idea of the temporary, just to see if it works out and has the intended hopes. The second question I have here is in slide 10, in page 10, you have the 2020 capital funding by infrastructure category, environment, safety, transportation. And those two numbers there, they total 25,591,100. How does that work out? Are we on budget, over budget, under budget? What is that number to date, or what is it related to, if you could?
Thank you very much. Mr. Kokopoulos?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I'll provide some general comments, and then I know Director Graham perked up in his seat, so I think he's ready to answer the question as well. But I think in terms of some of the previous updates that we've shared with Council, I would suggest, while I don't know overall, are we under budget? The projects that we have tendered to date, Councillor Mikulik, have come in, some more considerable than others, but have definitely come in under budget. So I would say, if anything, we are either trending in the area of being under budget overall, or definitely on budget. I don't see us expending the budget or going over budget. From the perspective of our capital works, we've been fortunate in terms of being able to tender our projects early on. And we did so not knowing where COVID and the pandemic response would go, but making sure we put in the right legal framework in place that if we needed to cancel projects, we would. And so I would say, as a result of getting out early, we benefited from the perspective of firms being able to bid on our projects and for them providing some certainty in terms of the work that they would have throughout the year. So Director Grant could probably give you the percentages and some additional details.
Mr. Graham?
Thanks, Mike, through you, Mayor Easton, to the councillor. So the numbers on the page there you're referring to, councillor, those are basically all the budget allocation investments that we've made for the projects. So that's what those numbers would represent, the approved budgets. And like Mike was saying earlier, you know, the tenders that we have been closing, you know, we've been doing well on to date, coming in under budget. So that's good news from that perspective.
So, Mr. Graham, just to help Councillor Mikulik out here with his question, as those tenders are come in, you'll be providing us the comparative information.
Through Mayor Easton, yes, we'd be happy to do that, definitely. Anything
further, Councillor Mikulik?
I appreciate that through you, Madam Mayor, to Dave. I'd appreciate that. Just a lot of these projects had contingencies, and I'd just like to know where we stand or how we fare with regards to the preferential treatment, pricing-wise with these projects, and hoping that we've, you know, had some savings by moving forward with these projects. And I just didn't know what that number, those two, the 14 million and the 11.5 were in relation to the current budget or to the timeline. So thank you very much.
Thank you. I have a question, Mr. Graham, Mr. Kokopoulos, on page 9 regarding Fifth Avenue. Dave, when you say the progress is one where you're looking for a more cost-effective methodology, was Victoria Avenue water main part of that discussion when we set this into the budget last fall?
Through you, Mayor Easton, it wasn't. You know, Victoria Avenue water main is a regional, it's regional infrastructure, so it's not one of our assets. So what we're looking at, the direction we were going with this Fifth Avenue fire hydrant, it basically was turning into a mini pumping station and getting very costly. So what we've looked at, and we've spoke to the region, when the region upgrades King Street in Vineland, they also are going to upgrade the water main on Victoria Avenue from King Street heading south up the hill towards the reservoir. And we have a much more cost-effective solution to do a hydrant that the fire department needs as part of that project. It's really a much more feasible approach. So that's going to be the solution for providing this fire hydrant.
Okay, I do remember that number being huge. It was really an exorbitant number. Will it change the pressure? Will it change the pressure at all coming out of that station? Could it be a future hookup for Camden?
Through you, Mayor Easton, at this point, we're not looking, or specifically this fire hydrant, we're simply looking at putting a fire hydrant off Victoria Avenue near the Moyer Road area. So we're not, through this project, looking at future water to Camden. But, that's perhaps a, further discussion in the future, but it's not part of this project at all.
Okay, all right, thank you very much. I just asked that question for the benefit of Councillor Timmers and Councillor Reimer. Thank you very much. I have a motion. By the way, Mr. Graham, this continues to be a very, very well-informed report. It's certainly worth all of your time, the time of staff, and it gives us a very good perspective on what's going on. I have a motion moved by Councillor Timmers and seconded by Councillor Majima that Public Works Quarterly Project Update for Q2 2020 be received for information. Madam Clerk, if you would call the vote.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Please take your mics off mute and I'll call your name aloud. Councillor Brunet, yay or nay?
Yay.
Councillor McPherson?
Yay.
Councillor Miklik?
Yay.
Councillor Pachariva?
Yay.
Councillor Reimer?
Yay.
Councillor Rajima?
Yay.
Councillor Russell?
Yay.
Councillor Timmers?
Yay.
Mayor Easton?
Yay.
And that carries.
Thank you very much. We're now considering item 9.1, which is the special council minutes of May the 4th, 2020. Do members of council have any questions or comments? I don't see any hands up. I have a motion moved by Councillor Mikulik and seconded by Councillor Russell. Approve the minutes of the following meetings of council. Special council minutes of May 4th, 2020. Madam Clerk, if you would call the vote.
Thank you. Councillor Brunet?
Yay.
Councillor McPherson?
Yay.
Councillor Miklik?
Yay.
Councillor Pachariva?
Yay.
Councillor Reimer?
Yay.
Councillor Rajima?
Yay.
Councillor Russell?
Yay.
Councillor Timmers?
Yay.
Mayor Easton?
Yay.
And that carries.
Council, I'm going to ask your indulgence to move up Regional Councillor Foster's report as I'm looking at the bulk of the correspondence, anticipating a number of questions. Madam Clerk, do we require a quick vote on that?
We can do that if you wish, Madam Mayor.
All right, so that would be, Madam Clerk, if you would just identify the numbers for us.
Absolutely. So the reports of your municipal officers, Regional Councillor Foster is under item 12.2. He will now be item 10.
Very good. All right, Council. Madam Clerk, if you would carry on to complete this.
Thank you. And to make that change in the agenda, Councillor Brunet?
Yay.
Councillor McPherson?
Yay.
Councillor Miklik?
Yay.
Councillor Pachariva?
Yay.
Councillor Reimer?
Yay.
Councillor Rajima?
Yay.
Councillor Russell?
Yay.
Councillor Timmers?
Yay.
Mayor Easton?
Yay.
And that carries.
All right, thank you very much. We'll move on then. Councillor Foster.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Easton. I was kind of laughing. I'm looking at the faces and probably everybody's saying, you know, we got to be here another 2.5 hours with reports. You need to be here too. So, but thank you very much for moving me up in the agenda. It's much appreciated. I sent through a report just outlining a few things. Just to let you know, I am going to be running for AMO again. I will be going for the regional and single tier municipality grouping again. It's been very interesting, AMO, this past year. A lot of changes have gone on. They've changed the leadership there. The new person in charge, a guy named Brian Bosborough. He's excellent, and he has and he's making sure that he is having good communications open with the province. AMO is also doing a lot of work with FCM at this point in time and advocating to the federal level. So lots going on that particular file. I only had a couple of things that I wanted to talk about. First of all, I see later in your agenda that you're going to be talking about meetings and getting them going again. I think that's a very good idea. Last month we started back with our meetings at the region. It takes a little bit of trial and error as we were getting into those as well. You guys are doing this really, really well, your council meetings, but of course, getting into the committee level, that's a good way to be moving yourselves forward, in my opinion. A couple of things happened within the region the past couple of weeks. Probably some of you noted the motion that was brought forward by Mayor Campion out of Welland to roll back basically water rates at Niagara region. And you know, it's interesting, we being the town of Lincoln and having done our homework over the last number of years to make sure that our water and sewer rates have been worked through well, and working with the region to make sure that they continue to be in the best interests of the people in our community. Both Mayor Easton and I were not in favor of doing this. This would have opened up a variety of discussions on budget. And the reality is that this was more, and I'm going to be perfectly blunt, a political stunt as opposed to anything else going on. The average person or the average household in Niagara region it's costing them about between $18 and $25 ultimately. And the town of Lincoln and most other municipalities have already taken into account and have moved forward based on good planning processes. So I just thought that was an interesting thing that had come up. There's a lot of redeploying of staff at Niagara region. Again, as everybody's read and are reading, long-term care facilities have been particularly in need of additional help. So there's been no layoffs at Niagara region. However, we are doing a very thorough review. The mayor and I had an opportunity to listen to the KPMG report last year. There were some recommendations on some changes at that time that were not put into place by the regional council. We shall see as those start coming back up again, and we'll be looking at seeing at what levels of efficiencies we may be able to move to in the future. But suffice it to say, there are a lot of things that are really quite important for all of us that Niagara region is responsible for. There's going to be a report coming into our next Corporate Services Committee meeting on the election of regional chair, Councillor Yip out of St. Catharines. This is something that she has been actively pursuing for some time. My own personal opinion is that I don't think it should happen, but I also, right at this particular point in time, I think governance issues is the last thing that we need to be looking at as we're moving forward, but we shall see how that works its way through. And one last thing that I did not put onto my report, but just mentioning it, both Mayor Easton and I have had quite substantial discussions. Like we talk quite regularly, but we've had quite substantial discussions on the idea that came forward about a regional testing laboratory being set up publicly in Niagara. This is a fascinating area that Niagara Falls and Niagara-on-the-Lake are leading the charge on. Personally, you know, I've had enough experience over the years in my professional life, as well as politically, to know that, again, this is something that we all need to be very, very wary about. It's the province's responsibility to be taking care of testing and on the laboratory work. And bottom line is that we're hearing on a day-by-day basis, it's too bad Sam still isn't on the line, but we're hearing that the capacities have been built up. We have been hearing that the testing has been going relatively well. And so, so there's some real positive things that are going on. And I'm just not sure spending a tremendous amount of taxpayers' money is in our interest at this point in time, or should even be considered, being as it's a level that we shouldn't be into. So with that, that's my report. Thank you very much, Mayor Easton.
Thank you, Councillor Foster. Council, are there any questions of our regional councillor? I see Councillor Mikulic's hand. Councillor?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you to the regional councillor, I was going to comment on that regional testing center, or that lab that they were proposing. I support you in your thought process. I personally don't feel it's the region's or the region's responsibility to finance or fund that. This is a pandemic that we're not really sure how long it's going to last for, and I don't know if we need to incur further costs at the regional level, which ultimately will be paid by, you know, municipal taxpayers. So I'm glad to hear your thought process on that possible testing lab. So that's my comment.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Mikulik. You know, the bottom line is that you know, we're into a brand new world with all of this, and there's an awful lot of people are trying to do really good things to help move us through what you guys are doing in the town of Lincoln. Your focus on economic development, your focus on, you know, where you guys are going to be going and moving forward into the future. That's top notch, and you know that's where the areas should be doing. We don't need to be developing new levels of government interaction that possibly, well, in the end, in my opinion, anyway, just we need to stay out of. And you know, the thing is, and mentioning the economic development, Mr. Deanny has been doing a great job for you guys, and the whole team right across Niagara have been working together, particularly with the regional staff as well. So, you know, this is a good consolidated or a good group working together to put in place those things that really are important to all of our Niagara region, particularly us in Lincoln. So thanks, Mike.
And thank you very much. I don't have any other questions. I don't see any other hands. Madam Clerk?
Sure. Councillor Mikulik, you still have your hand up. Did you have some further comments to make?
No, I was just going to further that a little bit. Like, you know, the quote in the standard that particularly bothered me was that the proponents for this, they aren't under any illusions about the tasks they've set for themselves. Ryan calls the plan a moonshot. That to me is validation to our thought. That's all.
Yeah, well, you can be assured that Mayor Easton and I are 110% in complete agreement as we're approaching this file. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I'll call the vote, Madam Mayor, if that's okay.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. So please be sure to take your mics off mute and I'll call your names. And we have a motion moved by Councillor Mikulik, seconded by Councillor McPherson. To receive and file as information, Regional Councillor Foster's update on May 25th, 2020. Councillor Brunet, yay or nay?
Yay.
Councillor McPherson?
Yay.
Councillor Miklick?
Yay.
Councillor Pachariva?
Yay.
Councillor Reimer?
Yay.
Councillor Rajima?
Yay.
Councillor Russell?
Yay.
Councillor Timmers?
Yay.
Mayor Easton?
Yay.
And that carries.
Thank you very much, everybody. Have a great evening.
Yeah, thank you very much, Councillor. All right, we'll go back now to the regular agenda, and we're going to be looking at the correspondence section. That's section 11, the receive and file council information packages. And we have one from May the 1st, we have May the 8th, and we have May the 15th. So we'll start with item 11.1, and that'll be the correspondence that's dated May 1st. And we'll see how we go. I see Councillor Russell alone. So Councillor Russell, you're on.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Actually, just a point of order that we skipped over the old item 10.1.
Oh, I'm sorry. Wait a minute. What is 10.1 for you?
So I can lend a hand here, Councillor Russell, if that's okay, Madam Mayor. So it's the motion to approve correspondence, and that was originally 10.1 in the agenda. It was the item of correspondence from Director of Planning and Development with respect to proposed community improvement plan authorizing bylaw numbers 2020-26 and 2020-27.
All right. I'm sorry, I don't have that. You'll have to just give me a moment. Just a moment. All right, I'll put it on the table. I have a motion moved by Councillor Reimer and seconded by Councillor Pachariva. That correspondence from the Planning Department regarding proposed community improvement plan authorizing bylaw numbers 2020-26 and 2020-27 be received for any information. Are there any questions to the motion? Councillor Russell, your name is still up. Did you have a question on that matter?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It's not so much on the motion. I just want to be able to have a discussion on the information in the correspondence as opposed to the motion itself.
Fine,
So,
go ahead.
okay, through you to the CAO and probably to Director Dale, thank you very much for the information. I know this was a last minute request. I do appreciate the effort put in to collect the information and put it in a memo recommendation form. My question as it pertains to an upcoming bylaw, item 15.1, regards the remediation plan from the developer. So the item coming up, which this is directly related to, seems to indicate that we are going to be repealing the original bylaw approved back in 2018 and replacing it with this existing bylaw, which essentially just extends that previous bylaw under the same terms. My question is, the remediation that the actual developer did, would you term it to be active remediation in that the developer did his earnest to complete the remediation as quickly as possible?
Mr. Kirkopoulos?
Well, through you, Madam Mayor, I know both Director Graham and Director Dale were very closely involved, as were their respective staff on the remediation. I know I was involved with a number of the consultants specifically, as well as the ministry, in terms of looking at just the protracted length of what sort of remediation needed to happen and then the clearances. And it's oftentimes, and we're seeing that with other properties. There's one in Vineland right now next to the Home Hardware that is doing a similar remediation, although not even to the same level as this particular project. And that's taken some time. And so I do think active remediation was going. The proponent did have to change consultants midway through, and so I think that did lend a little bit to the delay. Ms. Dale probably has some additional comments, and then maybe Mr. Graham.
Ms. Dale?
Oh, can't hear you.
Kathleen, I think you're still muted. Now you're muted. Now you're off. You should be good.
Kathleen, is your headset on mute? Just like, is there a button on the headset itself?
You're on mute now, Kathleen. Maybe unmute. There we go.
Okay, how's that?
Perfect.
Good.
Perfect. Okay, must have leaned on the button on the headset. Sorry about that. Through you, Madam Mayor. So in regards to the property on King Street, the developer did have to, the site was actually a former gas station. So the applicant had to do site remediation. And I know in discussions with the developer back and forth when he was doing his site remediation, he did have to put in a number of test holes, and over the time, some of the test holes did come back. There was still contamination. So there was quite a bit of back and forth with his consultant in trying to get that work done. The remediation work, as we understand it, wasn't completed until near the end of 2018. The actual report was provided to staff a little bit later after that.
Okay, thank you, Director Dale. So if it was completed in 2018, and again, I got a copy of the report off the Ontario government website, and I understand that the developer signed the report back end of May 2019, but it's still about 570 days since that report was completed, and there's been no actual work on the site. So the reason that we're trying to repeal the old bylaw and replace it with the new one is because of that he's failing to meet that 3-year time window. But it seems like that 3-year time window that he's failing to meet is because of his own, I don't want to say negligence, but because of his own lack of activity. How would you characterize that?
Ms. Dale, is there anything further?
The other thing I can also add to the discussion is so Mr. Titorelli submitted his site plan application and his community improvement plan applications concurrently. So in order to move the community improvement plan application forward, he also had to work through a number of site plan issues. So that did take a little bit longer, and that was a bit of back and forth. He also, as part of the process, was having some difficulty with the architect that he retained. So he also retained a new architect to draw up some new plans. So part of that's part of the reason why it took a little bit longer than with some other applicants.
Okay, thank you, Director Dale. So why would we not just have him reapply for a new CIP application as opposed to trying to put the old one through? I just, again, my concern is that we're not getting the best impact for our residents going forward. And I think that should always be the ultimate goal. And I think because the developer seems to be more responsible for the time delay than anybody else, again, the reflection shouldn't be back to us to foot the bill. It should be back to him.
Through you, Madam Mayor. So some other options that could be available to council. So he actually will have until the roughly October of 2021 to complete the works. If you look at the construction of a mixed-use building, it's not likely possible to get that finished, do all the site works, and get everything occupied by that time. There could also be conditions imposed as part of the decision or part of the agreement that if it is extended, he has to take out a building permit by, say, June 30th, and he has to start construction by September 1st. So there could be additional requirements put into any council approval to extend that.
Okay, thank you, Director Dale.
Next up, Madam Mayor, we have Councillor McPherson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I'm going to go down that road a little bit further, and I was back and forth with staff this afternoon on this particular topic, and I absolutely concur with Councilor Russell that, you know, an extension of 3 years when looking at where we're at today, and I know there's lots of history here, and you know, good on Mr. Ciccarelli for taking on this project and going through the approval and going through all of the cleanup and all of those difficult challenges, but we're through all that now. We're done. And, you know, from what I understand, you know, many of the approvals that need to be done through staff are completed. So we're very close to construction. I don't see construction taking 3 years. You know, it's something that I think we need to incentivize Mr. Ciccarelli to move, to get going. So, you know, the idea around a start of June 30th this year makes some sense. You know, I would, you know, push for a completion date. I think that makes some sense too. That is reasonable. You know, I don't think it's beyond a builder, all things considered. And I understand we have a unique situation that we're dealing with right now, but you know, to have that building up and running in 2 years would make some sense to me. So, you know, I completely concur with Councilor Russell that, you know, when looking at just straight out adding 3 more years to this particular CIP, I think we can do better to, as I say, put the incentive in place to get the production, get the building going. I think that'll send a very good message through downtown Beamsville and through our community that we're now moving ahead with a project that has been many years in the making.
So if I, through you, Madam Mayor, do you mind if I kind of jump in right here?
Madam Mayor is, she's disconnected by, she was frozen for a little bit. So go ahead, Mike.
All right. Through whoever's, so through you, Madam Clerk, to the councillor, unless we want to wait for the mayor to come back, but I'm good. I'm also okay to go ahead.
Go ahead, Mike.
Okay. I think to the councillor's point, and both Director Dale highlighted this as part of this meeting, but she also highlighted it earlier this afternoon. I think putting something in that maybe looks at the timeline and puts some specific criteria to make sure things happen, or as Councillor McPherson said, incentivize things to happen, I think absolutely makes sense. We can also look at 2 years, and then if we require an extension beyond that, and that will require further council approval, and we can come back at that time. So I think there's a few different ways to look at that. I mean, the one comment that I'd want to make, and I'll take you back to 4.5 years ago, which is when I started this job. This was the first project that landed on my desk, and it was one that I equate to a number of projects that I worked on in Hamilton, and that really is what I would call the linchpin or the impetus to move a downtown forward. And in Hamilton, I had a project that was called the Lister Block, that some of you may know. I oftentimes equate this project to that, in that it stood there vacant, not contributing to the tax base for years. It took an incredibly creative solution, creative and innovative staff, and a bold council to look at how do you make this thing move forward. I think we're hearing a lot about incentives and CIPs and what that looks like in this particular economy, what that looks like in terms of spurring community development and a community moving forward. We've seen our neighbors, I think, wrestle with this, and I know there's views on both sides of this particular issue. You know, I often try to look at the numbers to guide me. And when I look at what Kathleen's provided for council, and I think the comment I'll make is when we bring these types of bylaws forward, I think absolutely we can be even more transparent can bring things like this forward. This is currently generating, what I would equate to about a little over $5,000 in taxes in its current format. The project and the assessment on this property is significantly low. The amount of taxes that will be generated when this project goes from an assessed value of $412,000 to over $10.5 million is huge. And so I think oftentimes we say it's about giving money away. To me, it's about making sure the project starts. And to me, when I look at the money coming in versus the money going out, the likelihood of a project starting versus not starting, that's what I'm always trying to advise council on. Those are always the things that we're balancing, is what we're doing helping the project move forward, and what is the risk in not doing it. I am an individual that is not necessarily risk adverse, but when dealing with something like this, I become incredibly risk adverse. And I think I've become incredibly risk adverse because I don't want this property sitting at an assessed value of $412,000, generating $5,000 in taxes in the heart of our downtown. I want it generating taxes and assessed at a value of $10.5 million. So as you can tell, I'm probably passionate about this project because it has been 4.5 years in the making. And I often have talked to local businesses. I was talking to Siva, or Seva, as some of you may know. He owns the Shoppers Drug Mart in the downtown. We were there talking about donations for Community Care of West Niagara a few days ago. And what he shared with me is the importance of supporting our downtown and making sure we bring people to the downtown and supporting businesses and just the margins that each of our businesses have, even more so now during this time of a pandemic, and how important it is to continue to see projects like this one go forward. So I do share that with council. I'm open to answering other questions. I like the suggestion of maybe shortening ever so slightly that window with an opportunity to come back for that additional extension if needed, but definitely open to council's direction and comments or feedback.
Councillor McPherson, do you have any more questions?
Yeah, so thank you very much, Mike, and appreciate your comments. And I think we're on the same page, that getting this project started and getting this project going, I think that it is a very, very high profile, visible project within the community. And to incentivize or to note a start date, completely in support of that, completely in support of getting shovels in ground, as quickly as it makes sense. I think that we've got to work as best we can under the current circumstances. But if a June and a September date makes sense, that's good. The 24 months thing to me is not as important, because I agree with you. If we get the thing started, they've got to keep moving and move through it to start generating some revenue on the other end. So like what you said, and completely in agreement. Thank you.
Thank you. So while the mayor is trying to get reconnected, I can move on if council is okay with that, asking the questions. And Mike, if you're comfortable answering them or throwing them to staff if they can answer them. Councillor Miklik, you're up next.
Thank you, Clerk Kirklos. Similar on the same lines as Councillor Russell, I was looking at this project, trying to familiarize myself with it. I didn't, this is before my time on council. So what I was looking up was, what is this remediation that was required? What was the extent of the contamination or potential contamination? So I looked up the record of site condition, and yeah, indeed, it should have been cleared sometime in October or end of October of 2018. My thinking, and perhaps Mrs. Dale can respond. Prior to an application being made, all of these conditions have to be met. We couldn't have approved this CIP or this TIG program without having a clean site record of site condition. Am I correct or am I incorrect?
I can answer that through you, yes, Madam Clerk. So in regards to this particular property at King Street, because it was a former gas station, they do have to do a cleanup because you can't convert it to a more sensitive land use without having the cleanup taken place. So the CIP application was submitted, and one of the things that we were waiting for was him to actually file the final paperwork for his record of site. So in order to finalize the grant, finalize the site plan approval, and eventually get a building permit, you do have to have the record of site filed and approved by the ministry.
Okay, and I appreciate that through you, Julie. I did see that record of site condition, and I did see it was signed back, early 2019. So I just, these condos were being for sale. I saw them advertised. I saw the billboard that was there for probably 2 years now. And I'm puzzled as to why now all of a sudden this is moving or wanting to move forward, especially after the last few years. We've had explosive growth and unprecedented housing demand, and now all of a sudden. So I'd like to see this project get moving, but I don't know why we necessarily have to change this to a new format of a CIP, TIG. I don't know, is it possible for us to just keep what we have what we've offered them on the table, and once we see an effort to put shovels in the ground and get moving, can we then, as a council, extend the existing programs that we have approved 2 or 3 years ago, or what was the timeline?
Okay, in response to your question, councillors, so the previous approval, which was near the end of 2018, so that current approval could continue. So that's one option. I think that staff are concerned that he's just recently filed his application for a building permit, and if he is to start construction, say sometime in the summer, it's going to be very, very difficult for him to complete his site in approximately a year and a half. So that was why staff had recommended for this to go forward and get it extended. The other option is to leave the current approval in place. When he gets near the process, he would have to apply for an extension, because there are provisions in all of these agreements for an extension to be granted subject to an approval. So that is another option. It's just, I think in this case, as our CIO mentioned, this is a key site and we do want to see the development go ahead. And from staff's point of view, we are trying to find ways to facilitate this to happen.
Okay, I appreciate that response. I just, I'd feel more comfortable. It's kind of like buying an airline ticket. You're happy the day you bought that ticket, and when the ticket prices change, you're still buying the ticket. And I feel more comfortable if we, once we see a demonstrated effort to actually build something there, then we extend the current CIP that we approved back in the day, rather than approve a new one. That's altogether different, that incorporates both the CIP and the TIG. That's my thinking, and I do want to see something get built there, and I think that if there's a serious effort to actually build, then that will happen.
If I could, through you, Madam Clerk, to the councillor, I mean, I'm going to harken back to the beginning, a comment that Councillor Brunet made. specifically as it relates to what we heard from the building industry, the Niagara Home Builders and financing, and Mr. Salinas. And I think oftentimes what goes into a particular project receiving financing, and if Mayor Easton was on the line, I know she's getting back on, she could attest to the number of calls we received specifically as it relates to the Prudence project. Now, a much bigger project, but I will extrapolate that same line of questioning that we often receive, and I think councillors will know this. Banks, especially in this climate, want a level of predictability, want a level of specificity, and a for sureness in terms of what goes into a particular pro forma as you lay out a project, the costs associated with the project, the financing options of a project, and so forth. And so I think putting in incentives to make sure things happen on an appropriate timeline is appropriate, but to simply start what I would characterize, and I caution, and I don't want anyone to take the word of anything, but that
Okay.
I think starting to play with things.
All right. So, well, if it doesn't continue, then I'll go back. And if it does that again, I'll go.
So I'll pause and repeat. Welcome back, Mary Easton. So I will do my best maybe to pick up on some of the comments that I was suggesting, Councillor Mikulik, and let me see if I can go back to the beginning and just, catch my train of thought. I think what Councillor Brunet highlighted at the beginning of the meeting in terms of what he heard specifically as it relates to the financing necessary and the challenge that the home building industry and the construction industry as a whole is facing right now is critical. And so I caution when we start adding or interjecting dates or changing things because I think there's a level of predictability and a level of specificity that is required and that banks require. And as I highlighted, Mary Easton and I received a number of calls from local financing institutions. The support of a municipality, whether it be through programs like this or other programs, is absolutely critical. And so, again, while I think we can incentivize things to happen by a specific date, and I'm incredibly supportive of that. I like where council is going. If we don't look at CIP timeframes, there is a chance that funding doesn't happen. And again, we find ourselves with this project not moving forward. So I understand council's desire to find a way to make sure things happen. I would just caution around looking at things that are right now specifically beyond our control, and that is financing and what those things particularly look at. And I think infrastructure projects, as I've said on numerous occasions, both public and private, are part of our economic recovery planning. I can't speak to why this is in front of you now. Director Graham did remind me that there is some underground servicing happening already that happened before the winter and over the winter, and that is showing an effort towards progress. And initially, some of the delays that we had were, and Councillor Foster's not on the line, were a result of the region. There was a number of issues around driveway alignment, lights, how that all was going to happen. And so, believe me, at times I'm as frustrated that 4.5 years later, I'm still talking about this particular project to now a second council, a second term. I think all staff are. So again, my comments are that incentivizing a timeline to happen, absolutely. Trying to change things, I think I just caution against that based on what we heard earlier and what we heard on that construction call for those that were on the call.
And
Councillor Russ.
And
Councillor Russell?
No, Councillor Mikulik.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
When I was pushed off the call, I thought the question was in Councillor Russell's square. Madam Clerk, would you just clarify what's been happening since I've been off?
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Councillor Russell did ask a question, and we've Director Dale had answered it. Mike had provided some comments, and then the next on the speakers list was Councillor McPherson. Councillor Mikulik is just finishing up his comments, and then we'll go to everyone else.
Very good. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. CAO. Madam Clerk, who is next?
I think Councillor Mick is finishing up his comments right there.
I'm sorry, Councillor Mikulik.
Yeah.
Please go ahead.
No worries, Madam Mayor. Welcome back. So I just, I'm not, I don't think that we're taking away the approved incentives. I don't think we're doing that. I think that we're willing to extend them. Myself, I'm more in favor of extending them once things get rolling in a more similar matter, like in a more similar fashion as to what's been approved at the time of approval. I don't see things as really changing too much from the developer's perspective, rewinding 2 years ago. So that's my thoughts on that.
Okay.
Right,
So
Madam Clerk.
comments done. Sorry, Councillor Mick. Okay. So we'll move on to Councillor Rajima, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Njima.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm concerned. I understand everybody wants to get this project done. I'm hearing generally that everybody wants to allow these incentives to happen. But if the project was eligible for these incentives then, it's eligible now. I don't think it's any less eligible than it was. It's eligible. I'm concerned, and I want to hear that before I consider shortening the time frame for these incentives, I want to hear that we feel certain that shortening the time frame for the extension will not inhibit support from their financiers.
Thank you. Mr. Koukopoulos?
Through you, Madam Mayor, and I mean, I'm gonna look to others on the team maybe to chime in. You know, I caution around shortening the time frame, other than to suggest I think we put some criteria in the time frame on where we'd want to get started. Because I agree with you, I don't know that shortening a time frame or not having a time frame that you know, meets the original intent of the time frame of the policy and how that impacts funding. I don't know that answer. It absolutely could. You know, I will look to maybe Terry or Kathleen. I know Kathleen's had some conversations with the proponent, as have some of her staff, so she maybe have more insight on that. But again, I would caution when we start changing some of our you know, some of our programs, and these are programs that council has approved, that staff are administering. In this particular case, because of when this proponent made his application, he is eligible for what you see in front of you. But yes, we are asking for an extension. He's asking for an extension to have the project go forward. But again, Kathleen may speak to the likelihood of financing.
Sure. Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. So in regards to financing, what we've heard from a number of proponents is that when you have an approved community improvement plan application, the banks will look at those and what type of funding you're getting through community improvement, and they will weigh that, you know, with their financing. So these are the comments that we've heard from some of the proponents. We don't know for sure, but it is possible that if the time frame is reduced, the bank may be less reluctant to, you know, forward the financing versus having the full 3 years. It's not really something that we can say one way or the other, but there is that possibility. Because I'm assuming that as part of any financing project, the bank's going to look at, you know, the funding that might be available, the funding that the proponent has, what's the time frame for construction, and weigh all of that and come up with a decision as to whether they're going to provide the applicant with funding.
Thank you. So I'm very careful that we don't make any decisions that inhibit the value of the property, either to this developer or a potential developer if they choose to transfer the property in the future. I really want to make sure we don't do that.
Mr. Kokopoulos?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I mean, I like staff's comments and Councillor Rujima's. Also, just want to be cognizant of that particular issue. Again, I think if we put in some criteria, similar to where I think Councillor McPherson was going around wanting things to start, but not changing timelines, I think we're probably okay from that perspective, and that doesn't risk finance. I think when we start changing too many things, that maybe puts into question the town's commitment to it. Again, then I harken back to those comments we heard from Mr. Samus, Mr. McShane, and others about does it demonstrate the right level of support the municipality has in these projects, and in a time of uncertainty, I think that type of commitment is often looked at probably and weighed even more than it would when times are well. So I'll look to Kathleen or someone else maybe in terms of just that wording that allows us to, should council decide to go in that direction, put in a couple of those key milestone dates, but at the same time, not erode the to such a perspective that it puts it at risk.
Okay. Before I ask you to speak, Kathleen, were there milestone dates that were brought up by previous speakers, and what were they?
Through you, Madam Mayor, what has been suggested is that there be some timeframes put in place that the applicant apply for and obtain a building permit by June 30th of this year and start construction by September 1st.
Okay, and since I wasn't privy to that, is that reasonable? Could we, I guess it would be considered an imposition. Could we impose that on him? What do you think the response would be?
Through you, Madam Mayor. So just for information, the applicant has actually submitted his building permit application to our building staff for review. And the applicant, based on conversations with our building staff, is anxious to get his building permit.
Okay, so he has already submitted his building permit applications?
Yes, he submitted his drawings for review by our chief building official.
Okay, and are they in a condition that they're complete, or do they have to go back?
Through you, Madam Mayor. So as I'll have to double check with our chief building official, but he has received the drawings. And what our chief building official will do is go through all of those drawings and do his due diligence to make sure that they're properly done so that he can issue a building permit.
Okay, I understand. So there's that step yet. All right. Councilor Rajima, did you have another part to your question? Are you waiting for Ms. Dale to address anything that you asked?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think I've heard, I remain uncomfortable with putting any further restrictions on this. So
Okay.
a comment, I've heard everything I need to hear. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ms. Dale. Madam Clerk, who is next on the speakers list?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We have Councillor Timmers.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I kind of echo Councilor Rajima. I'm a little worried about putting too tight of restrictions on this builder because it has been 4.5 years. We are in a pandemic. We're looking for recovery. We're looking to boost the downtown. So I think we have to do whatever we need to help get this project off the ground once and for all. And I don't know about the 3-year timeline. Perhaps it is too long, but perhaps it's not, considering the times that we're in. We can't really predict if you'll be able to keep up with the dates. If we put really tight timelines, would he be able to meet them? I don't know. With the, with the landscape out there right now with construction. But we do know one thing, we do want to see this building happen. And if this is what it takes, I think that's what we need to do. And that's where I stand on it.
All right, thank you very much,
Thank you.
Councillor Timmers. Madam Clerk,
We have up next Councillor Russell.
did Councillor Brunet speak before?
Has not yet.
Let's have Councillor Brunet first.
Thank you.
Councillor Brunet?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I've listened patiently to everyone's comments, and I respect everyone's comments. Councillor Russell, I appreciate his comments. Councillor Michalak. There's no one that wants to see this project move forward than Councillor Pachariva and I. And I guess, you know, Councillor McPherson is, you know, the BIA champion. You know, I just think we're on a slippery slope here. This is a very, very difficult site. I've lived in Lincoln my entire life. I can remember as a young child growing up, that was a BP Richardson garage. And Mike, I'm sure you must have lots of knowledge about fuels and spills and reclamation. And this has been a difficult cleanup. And I don't think we need to go back in time and talk about, you know, what happened in 18 and what 19. Right now, we have a developer that has a building permit in here. And I think we're going down a slippery slope if we start putting any restrictions and we have this developer walk on this project. The legacy of this council will be that this will be an empty site for another couple of decades. So I'm not saying that we shouldn't be pushing this developer to get a shovel in the ground. I'm all for that. But based on the current economy, and I don't want to use COVID as an excuse, but it is changing the landscape of the way developers and bankers and financial people lend money. And I don't want to put this developer in a situation. So I will leave it with our CAO and the staff to ensure that we hold this developer's feet to the fire. But I am very concerned that with any restrictions that we put on this developer, that he walks, and we will be looking at an empty lot for many years to come. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Madam Clerk, has Councillor Pachariva spoken?
No, he hasn't. I'm just going to put him next, actually. Thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Councillor Pachariva.
Thank you, Your Worship. And I would just like to echo in on my fellow ward mate, Councillor Brunet's comments. And just to remind everyone, this is an authority we've delegated to staff. Again, council sets the guidelines and we approve the CIPs. So we establish the policy and we let staff follow through on the policy. They are the professionals. They have the designations. If we want to be managers, then we should be seeking jobs at the town. We can't say it's free money. We can't say it's found money. All of these things are moving along. It's been moving along slowly, but there have been hurdles in the way. The developer is trying to overcome those hurdles. There was the site servicing that went on. There was road cuts in King Street. Those have been replaced. We can't be tying the hands of a developer, especially during the times of a pandemic. We see the report earlier this evening that talks about recovery, that talks about working with our business community. You go and you do something like this, you throw up a red flag. And then who's going to want to do business here? So you can't talk out of both sides of your mouth. Okay, we establish these. Staff then follows through on it. And if that's the timeline, then that's the timeline. And so be it. And let's hope that they finish earlier. But again, we've waited long enough on this. If it takes a little more time, it's the centerpiece of our downtown.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Russell, I'm going to just let you just be patient with me because I'm going to give you the final word. I remember the delays, particularly with the Ministry of the Environment, very well. If there was a prize for languishing, they would have won it hands down half a dozen times over. Nothing was happening. And they certainly weren't concerned about the look of the downtown or the fact that this gentleman's investment was going to get smaller and smaller as it shrunk as time went by. It's pretty hard for me to even imagine that developers have the kind of money sitting on a table that would just sit there with nothing, absolutely nothing happen. I don't know how anybody really could survive that kind of just completely being ignored. So I certainly do want to see this go forward, but I contribute a good deal of what went on to the complete lack of attention by the Ministry of the Environment. It wasn't 1 or 2 months, it was months and months, and I would guess 6 to 8 months, if not longer. Councillor Russell, thank you for bringing the issue up. It's fair for you to ask questions for certain. Your final comments.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And again, I just want to be crystal clear that I'm not against having a CIP for this development. I do want to see this development go forward. What I do take record of is the delay and the pushback, especially on the TIG. So if this were to be delayed and have the new bylaw begin this year, again, that pushes out that TIG 2 more years. I'd be more than comfortable keeping the existing bylaw as is and letting him work within that, and potentially extending out the time allowance on when he can complete the project for, or if it takes 2 years, 3 years, that's fine. My concern is pushing out that TIG a couple more years and giving him the benefit of, again, even though I think a lot of people have had some great commentary, I still haven't heard anything that says it's anything other than developers' lack of activity to get this started since 2018. So I hope that we have some common sense and try to keep to that alignment of what was originally proposed and approved back in 2018 and push forward.
Okay, Mr. Kirkopoulos, just to validate, what additional activities in regard to Councillor Russell's concerns and others, what would the actions be now in order to ensure that shoulders are to the wheel on this one?
So I do want to just highlight for council, I did have an opportunity, both Kathleen and I were doing it at the same time, to reach out to our chief building official. He has indicated that the condition of the building permit is in good shape. The proponent has hired a consulting firm that includes the next chief building official to review them before he submits them. And so that often speeds up our review. I think things are in a good position. I completely accept and acknowledge and agree with a lot of the councillor's comments. Councillor Russell, that is, around how long things have taken. I think, like many of us, I would love to see things move quicker. I think the holding one's feet to the fire can happen from staff. I think all the staff on the call this evening are incredibly well aware of the importance to make sure things happen, and they happen in a speedy and expeditious fashion, because at the end of the day, the sooner its assessed value goes up and the sooner we're recouping more money in taxes. At the end of the day, that helps the town's bottom line. And I think in chatting with Councillor Russell over the last 72 hours, those are the things that everybody wants when we look at projects like this, and when we look at how do we get these projects started in a way that allows revitalization to happen and allows us to start recouping taxes in an incremental fashion.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kirkopoulos. Madam Clerk, have you spoken with Councillor Russell about any options that he might have?
So I know that Director Dale has a few comments to add before we close this off, and then we can discuss what those options are.
Okay, thank you. Kathleen, Madam Director?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I actually think some of the comments that I was going to bring up, our CAO has already brought them up, so I don't have any further comments.
Okay, thank you very much. Madam Clerk?
Nope. So we do have the motion, Madam Mayor, and if you want, I can go through that, and then we can discuss that motion if you wish.
All right, go ahead, Madam Clerk.
Okay, so we have a motion moved by Councillor Reimer, seconded by Councillor Pachariva, that correspondence from the Planning Department regarding proposed community improvement plan authorizing bylaw numbers 2020-26 and 2020-27 be received for information. Any comment?
Madam Clerk, since Councillor Russell began the discussion on this, should we interpret that as a lifting and vote on these two separately?
We can amend the motion if you wish. Is that what you would like, Councillor Russell?
Well, I'm just checking to find out whether speaking to it means that you've lifted it.
If I might interject, again, we're still talking about the correspondence regarding these two with the motions coming up later on in the agenda, which we can get into some of the technicals if we need to then.
All right, we can do that.
We can do that.
Madam Clerk?
Yes, so we could vote on those separately, Madam Mayor, yes. My apologies, I thought we were talking about this motion here.
No, I was looking further ahead. Okay, we have the motion on the table. Madam Clerk, if you would call the vote.
Sure. Please take your mics off mute. When I call your name, please say yea or nay. Councillor Brunei?
So Clerk Kirkopoulos, I just want to make sure that what we're talking about is we're only approving this. We're receiving it. Is that what we're voting on right now?
Yes.
So right now,
just receiving it.
The memo as information, and then as the mayor had mentioned, when we get closer to the bylaws, we can separate those out.
Yay.
Councillor McPherson.
Yay.
Councillor Miklick.
Yay.
Councillor Pachariva.
Yay.
Councillor Reimer.
Yay.
Councillor Rajima.
Yay.
Councillor Russell.
Yay.
Councillor Timmers.
Yay.
And Mayor Easton.
Yay.
And that carries.
Okay. We're now moving on to item 11 and the council information package of May the 1st, May the 8th, and May the 15th. And I'm assuming that everybody found what they were looking for online. Do councillors have any comments?
Madam Mayor, we have Councillor Miklick up.
Go ahead, councillor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just with regards to the correspondence, week of April 27th to the May 1st, item 10 regarding City of Hamilton request to enforce odor and lighting nuisances related to the cultivation of cannabis. Is there any possibility, and this may be best directed to Mrs. Dale or our CAO, of ourselves having a sort of bylaw like that? Do we have one currently? If you could speak to that.
All right, Mr. Kirkopoulos.
Through you, Madam Mayor, Kathleen can speak to this. I know Dan Smith, Mr. Bruder, Mr. Deanne, Ms. Dale, and I think all collectively reviewed the City of Hamilton's public nuisance bylaw. I know Dan himself has been in conversations and reached out to former colleagues of his and within the municipal law enforcement realm in Hamilton. So he is looking at it. We currently don't have one in place. Councillor, I think some municipalities are looking at them. I think to Dan's point, there's often a challenge with these in terms of enforcement. But we are looking at it with, in terms of something that we can do or would like to do. And I know, again, there may be other staff that can speak to it further, either Paul and or Kathleen, as they've been doing some research on this as well.
All right, Ms. Dale, we'll start with you.
Through you, Madam Mayor. So in regards to the cannabis issue, there's a couple of moving parts. There is an amendment to the official plan, as well as some proposed changes to the zoning bylaw, which will come forward, we're hoping in July. Also, as part of that, we're also looking at any additional bylaws that we can put in place that would also help address issues that you can't normally deal with through zoning or official plan policies. So yes, our CAO is correct. Our bylaw, manager bylaw is looking at a nuisance bylaw and is also looking at the issue of business licensing.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Deanne, if you have anything to add.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I mean, the Director Dale and CEO Kirkopoulos pretty much encapsulated what I wanted to say, but I mean, we are looking at the bylaw and it is something we're very interested in and just want to make sure that it would work for the local setting. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Councillor Mikulik?
Okay, thank you very much. Paul and Kathleen. Are we taking each item one at a time? So that was 11
We're
points.
just dealing with May 1st at the moment.
Okay, then that's all for that one.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, there are no other speakers on that one. We'll move on to May the 8th. Please raise your hand if you have questions.
Madam Mayor, we have Councillor Mikulik.
Go ahead, Councillor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you, probably most likely to Director Shannon McKay. Regarding the virtual Canada Day celebration. So we recently had a virtual fireworks activity or, function for Victoria Day. So when I went to that app to apply for it, do I have to use my credit card? Do I have to enter the key details of my credit card to be able to watch that event? I chose not to because I didn't want to, disclose my credit card information on an app that I was not familiar with.
No, that was it. Through you, Madam Mayor, to Councillor. Through you, Madam Mayor, to Councillor Mikulik. It was set up as a free app for that event.
Yeah.
I have not heard from any other staff or residents that there was an ask of the credit card submission.
Okay. Through you, Mayor, maybe I on the wrong app or I went to the wrong one, but when I was applying or when I was going on that app, there was, I could have swore that there was a page where it asked me for my credit card info in case I wanted to make purchases or something on that app, which I felt uncomfortable doing, but I didn't really pursue it too. And I was applying on that app at 10 minutes to 8, so I didn't have time to contact anyone with regards to how to actually submit. But
all right, Ms. McKay, would you make sure that everything is clear for the next event?
Absolutely, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Anything further, Councillor Mikulik?
No, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If there being no other speakers on this item, we'll go on to May 15th. Any questions, raise your hand.
No other speakers, Madam Mayor.
All right, would you please call the vote?
Thank you.
I guess I better read the motion.
Yeah.
I have a motion moved by Councillor Rajima and seconded by Councillor Russell. Receive and file the following council information packages. Council Information Package May 1, 2020, May 8, 2020, May 15, 2020. Please call the vote.
Thank you. Councillor Brunet?
Yay.
Councillor McPherson?
Yay.
Councillor Mikulik?
Yay.
Councillor Pachariva?
Yay.
Councillor Reimer?
Yay.
Councillor Rajima?
Yay.
Councillor Russell?
Yay.
Councillor Timmers?
Yay.
Mayor Easton?
Yay.
And that carries. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, we'll move on to number 12 and include the mayor's report in this evening. I haven't had a report for a couple of meetings. The first two meetings that we had, there seemed to be a great deal that people were coping with. The perspective is changing a little bit now as we move into a form of recovery. And so, ladies and gentlemen who are tuning in to this council meeting, let me say that there's so much to update you on and to share, and I'm going to try and stick to those things that are timely and relevant. And some of these things we've made reference to tonight, so I think some clarity is probably in order as well. For the last few weeks since we met, and before, you've been having a difficult time, everyone has. We may have lost out on events and activities and social interactions with our friends and family, but I'm proud, I think we're all proud of what we've gained in the face of these uncertain times, both in Lincoln and across Niagara. Beginning to reopen and to loosen restrictions, but that comes with both optimism and fear. We're all trying to figure out our way through this, and our staff are doing yeoman's work, responding around the clock and 7 days a week to the changing issues, concerns, and the calls that we receive. As the province of Ontario cautiously embarks on its plan to ease COVID-19 restrictions, the town of Lincoln is allowing greater access to some outdoor spaces and community services. Lincoln facility and service updates will be provided as restrictions are lifted and it is safe to do so. And while enjoying these public spaces, everyone must continue to follow public health guidelines to limit the spread of COVID-19. Practicing 2 meters, 6 feet physical distancing. Don't gather in groups of more than 5 people. Frequent washing and sanitization of hands. Avoid touching shared surfaces, and staying home if you feel ill. You know, as we moved this far into the agenda, you'll see the report, you heard about the report that focuses on our recovery framework. We have and will spend a considerable time in the immediate future outlining a roadmap, not steps, but a roadmap to economic recovery for Lincoln's business community that addresses not only the immediate need for crisis management resources for owners and operators, but also short-term measures to assist businesses as they reopen and longer-term capacity building opportunities to assure a more adaptive and resilient economy for the future. I'm grateful that our local businesses continue to share their concerns and challenges in an open and collaborative way, both through our staff, through the mayor's office, and our councilors. I appreciate our businesses' willingness to work with all levels of government and local support agencies to create a coordinated, community-minded plan for economic recovery in Lincoln. We've seen a different kind of a spark in our community, inspiring creativity across the town and a deep desire to work together to get through this. And I've heard from councilors, residents, and staff volunteering to support the most in need, those most in need. If it's an extra call on the telephone or an email or even an interaction on other kinds of social media or running to get groceries, it is helping our most vulnerable and decreasing the sense of isolation. For example, our economic development team, in collaboration with local organizations, is seeing how we can help small businesses build an enhanced web presence and e-commerce capability. We are delivering and helping with personal protective equipment. And just this past Friday, Councillor Brunet and Mr. Deanne visited local businesses. Regular business is also continuing. And just this past Friday, we began work on Rotary Park. Public works projects regarding roads and water are also getting started. The town is also preparing for the opening of facilities and services. We don't know when, but want to be ready. We have begun to fully inspect, clean, and install proper signage. We are also finding ways to support our community and the groups that have asked for advice and consultation, as they too want to be cautious and implement the proper protocols. While more options for outdoor activities will be available soon, one thing remains constant: It is critical that we continue to adhere to the same rules under the provincial emergency orders. We will be in this for the long haul. And so that means that council and staff will measure the magnitude of both the financial and social impact of the COVID-19 crisis. At the same time, we consider the impact of continued growth in preparation for the 21-22 budget, which will begin in a few weeks. We all know that bad is a function of good not happening. And therefore, it is very important for municipalities to ensure that we continue to take action that will relieve demands on social services, include doing everything we can to get businesses back up to speed, and to promote jobs, improving our record on the numbers of more affordable housing units. These are core to the future stability for many families who are hardest hit by our current crisis. We must seriously incorporate the early development indicators provided by public health for our youngest citizens in our community, planning and keeping parks equipped and open, support regional and provincial initiatives to provide adequate skilled healthcare personnel, particularly important changes to home care and long-term care. We do not provide these services, but we understand and read our community well. And we know that when these services are not here, the bad happens, and therefore we need to support the good. We must ensure our libraries continue to be a vital resource for learning, particularly in these times of increasing home-based guided schooling. We also need to consider what will relieve the concerns of parents, particularly singles, and those balancing jobs, educating at home with limited income and enough food. We don't provide these services again, but we must advocate for them. We in Lincoln do need to avoid taking on direct financial responsibilities for health and social services. These rest with the region and with the province. We must support and advocate through government relations with the higher order governments, the well-being of Lincoln and its multi-generations wherever we can, and with a balanced approach to our mandated roles. It is being said that hope is not a strategy, but hope is a motivator for the good that council and staff will continue to reveal to you through the value decisions we make to create Lincoln as a place to grow, a place to prosper, a place to belong. We will continue, in spite of COVID, to pursue that vision with vigor and our greatest concern for all of you. In the spirit of my mayor's message to all of you watching, you live in Lincoln, where children are encouraged to achieve their very best and where everyone strives to be a good neighbor. Thank you to everyone who is volunteering to help others get access to food and other essentials. To all the essential workers in stores, hospitals, long-term care, to police, fire, nurses, midwives, physicians, all lab personnel and public health staff, to our emergency medical personnel, all of you who remain on the job coping with high risks so that we can stay home and out of harm's way. And for those slowly opening their businesses, please continue to access support through the town of Lincoln and be safe as you enthusiastically offer more services. We wish you all the very best. And to the farmers, we are looking forward to the bounty of Lincoln. To everyone, shop local has never been more important. Keep well. Thank you for inviting us into your homes. It is our pleasure to serve you. Thank you. All right, council, we will move on now. I have to go back. Madam Clerk, would you, I think you may have this right in front of you. I have to go back pages.
That's
Could you handle the vote on this?
Yeah, I have the motion in front of me. I can read it out.
Thank you.
Moved by Councillor Russell, seconded by Councillor Brunet to receive and file as information the mayor's report on May 25th, 2020. I'll now begin. Take your mics off mute, please. Councillor Brunet.
Yay.
Councillor McPherson.
Yay.
Councillor Miklick.
Yay.
Councillor Patriva.
Yay.
Counselor Reimer,
Yay.
Counselor Rajima,
Yay.
Counselor Russell,
Yay.
Counselor Timmers,
Yay.
Mayor Easton,
Yay.
carries.
All right, we're now on item 13, notice of motion.
Madam,
And,
can I interject for a moment?
yes,
Can we call a break for 10 minutes?
yes.
A recess, if you don't mind. So I'm going to stop the live stream. And then when we reconvene, I will restart the live stream up again. Okay?
Thank you. Yes, thank you. Thank you.
Okay, Madam Mayor, we're back on.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Councilors, we're moving on now to item number 14, which is notice of motion. Will require a 2/3 vote, which the clerk will conduct. This is the notice of motion for West Lincoln Memorial Hospital reserves for the town of Lincoln that was brought forward on May the 4th, 2020 at our special council by Councillor Brunet. Councillor Brunet, would you like to speak to the motion?
Yes, Madam Mayor, thank you very much. So heading into tonight, I was hoping that the intent of the motion was clear, but I want to say I did receive a call from one of my colleagues just before the meeting started. So I do believe, Madam Mayor, that I do maybe need just to bring a little bit of clarity into the reason for the motion. So through you, Madam Mayor, you know, spending the last 5+ years on the advisory board at West Lincoln Hospital, I was certainly aware that the town of Lincoln had levied money towards the hospital back in a period of 10 years from 2003 to 2012 inclusive. And I had always heard the number, and you know, I had heard that West Lincoln had levied money, and of course had heard the stories about Grimsby that had pledged money but had not actually levied it. But it wasn't until really as the calendar turned and it was becoming clear at our board meetings that we were going to need to make a pledge as a municipality towards the share of, you know, upwards of $60 million with the region and the foundation and the two other municipalities, that I really started to look at, you know, how much money was sitting there. And I think probably everyone that ran in the election in 2018, at some point, at least in our ward, we were asked on numerous occasions, how much money is sitting in the reserve? You know, we pledged money for 10 years, how much is there? And even recently, we've seen on social media people, you know, forecasting how much money they think is in there. So I reached out to our CAO back about 2 months ago, and I asked Mike, I said, Mike, so we know we levied $223,680 a year for 10 years, but how much is in there with interest? And so the CAO did some drilling and some investigating and came back to me about a month ago to say that the councillor, that's the only money that's in the reserve, because the interest had been going basically into what the CAO called a general account. So it was for over a decade, that money was going to the general revenue interest account, which was being used to offset or put against expenditures and not specifically going to the West Lincoln Hospital. So when I heard that, and knowing that we are now going to the municipality to say, you know, that we need upwards of $10 or $11 million, I felt that, you know, as we prepare to get closer to the finish line over the next 2 to 3 to 4 years, depending on when this shovel's in the ground, that we need to try to optimize the money that we do have in the reserve. So I spoke to the CAO, and I appreciate Mike and Terry and Julie helping me with this motion. You know, so the intent, Madam Mayor, is to create a West Lincoln Hospital Memorial Hospital Reserve Fund for the sole purpose of providing additional financial support with the rebuild, and then basically transfer the current balance in the West Lincoln Memorial Hospital Reserve to the newly created reserve fund, thus eliminating the reserve that currently exists. This in no way, shape, or form is to go back and question what previous administration or councils did. We can't change that. But when I heard that this was not collecting interest, I thought it would be appropriate to bring this motion forward. So that's the history. And I believe through you, Madam Mayor, that maybe Mr. Kirkopoulos wanted to make a couple of comments. Thank you.
CAO Kirkopoulos.
Through you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Brunet, for the opportunity to make a few comments. The council is correct. Probably a little bit over a month ago, we did have a conversation, and in doing some research with Terry, we determined that at that particular point in time, there was a report that set up a reserve versus a reserve fund. And albeit those two things are very similar, one puts, I think as the councillor highlighted, the interest specifically back in the fund that this money is held within. And the other one puts it back more into a general reserve account or a general revenue account. And then that money is used as is all the other monies that the town receives as a result of interest accrued on various investments or various monies that we have. Now that probably works out to about $40,000 or $50,000 a year in terms of the impact. So over the next 3 years, next 4 years, depending on when the project begins and is completed, we will have an opportunity to probably collect anywhere from $150,000 to $200,000 to put towards this. That is a good chunk of money. It's still support towards this particular project. And I think as the councillor highlighted, I can't speak to the decisions that were made well over a decade ago. And maybe that was just looking at the likelihood of the project happening or promises that may or may not have been made. But I think this is a prudent decision moving forward to recoup and try to collect as much interest as possible specifically for this project.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions to anything that the councillor's explanation? Any questions to his explanation? All right, I have a motion moved by Councillor Brunet and seconded by Councillor Petrovita. Whereas West Lincoln Memorial Hospital, WLMH, Reserve.
Mary Easton. Sorry, Your Worship. Just to interject, yes. I think we've got Councillor Timmers and Councillor Mikulik that want to ask the question.
Sorry. I didn't see those before. Thank you very much, Mr. Koukopoulos. Madam Clerk, I don't know who was up first.
Councillor Timmers is up.
Thank you. Thank you, Mary Easton. Councillor Brunet, thank you for clarifying because I did have a few questions when I saw that motion. I'm sorry, I still didn't hear exactly how much is in the reserve. Maybe you said it, but we're a little choppy. So maybe through to Terry Tawala, if you could just give us the exact number of what's currently in the reserve.
Go ahead, Terry.
So through the mayor, it's 2,236,000. Hang on, sorry. Let me just confirm that number. It's opening up as I'm sitting here. 2,236,800.
Okay, thank you.
Anything more, Councillor Timmers?
No, thank you, Mary Easton.
All right, Councillor Mikulik.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you to staff, maybe perhaps Terry. So we're not going, like currently I feel as though this money would be in an interest-bearing GIC or interest-bearing account that's locked in for a period of time.
So through the mayor.
Question? That's your question, Councillor Mikulik?
Yeah, and then I'll have a follow-up.
Okay, go ahead, Ms. Tawala.
Yeah, so through the mayor, I'll just explain a little bit. So with municipalities, we have fund accounting. So each fund earns interest and then it goes back into the fund. A reserve is within the actual operating fund. So although any money is sitting in an interest-bearing account, if it's just a reserve, it's considered part of the operating fund and all of the interest goes back to the operating budget. Whereas if you have a reserve fund, they are on their own and any interest earned will go back to the reserve that it came from. So it's sitting in an interest-bearing account. We've just been using the interest for the operating.
Okay, thank you for that. And I'm just, I just want to clarify that this this motion will not dissolve that account and put it in, force us to open up a new account where we would, I think current interest rates are maybe 0.5%. So I just want to make sure that this motion does not do anything to that.
So through the
Mr.
mayor,
Wawa.
oh, sorry. Through the mayor, we do have one investment account for all of the reserves. For all of the reserve funds. It's just through the accounting that we allocate them back. So we won't be creating a new bank account.
Okay.
It's just an accounting practice that we'll be doing.
Okay. That's good. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Mikulik. I don't see any other names. So we will consider.
Yep, go ahead. No, we don't have any other names. Sorry, Madam Mayor.
All right, we'll consider the motion then. Moved by Councillor Brunei, seconded by Councillor Pachariva. Whereas West Lincoln Memorial Hospital WLMH Reserve was created over 10 years ago, whereas any interest earned on a reserve is moved to a general revenue account, and whereas any interest earned in a reserve fund is allocated back to the relevant reserve fund. Therefore, be it resolved that Council approve the creation of a WLMH Reserve Fund for the purpose of providing financial support to rebuild the West Lincoln Memorial Hospital. And further, be it resolved that Council approve a transfer of the current balance in the West Lincoln Memorial Hospital Reserve to the newly created WLMH Reserve Fund, thus eliminating the West Lincoln Memorial Hospital Reserve. Any questions? I don't see any names. Madam Clerk, would you call the vote?
Thank you. Councillor Brunei,
Yay.
Councillor McPherson,
Yay.
Councillor Mikulik,
Yay.
Councillor Pachariva,
Yay.
Councillor Reimer,
Yay.
Councillor Rajima,
Yay.
Councillor Russell,
Yay.
Councillor Timmers,
Yay.
Mayor Easton,
Yay.
and that carries.
Secondly, we have a notice of motion brought forward by Councillor McPherson with respect to the Town of Lincoln's electronic meetings for committees and local boards for the Town of Lincoln. In order for this item to be considered immediately upon its introduction, we require a 2/3 vote. Madam Clerk?
Thank you. So we're voting on the immediate consideration of this motion. So I'll call your names. Councillor Brunei,
Yay.
Councillor McPherson,
Yay.
Councillor Mikulik,
Yay.
Councillor Pachariva,
Yay.
Councillor Reimer,
Yay.
Councillor Rajima,
Yay.
Councillor Russell,
Yay.
Councillor Timmers,
Yay.
Yay.
and that carries.
Thank you. Councillor McPherson, are you interested in speaking to this?
Madam Mayor, not really. It's simple. We've got these committees chomping at the bit to get back going, and it's exciting that we can set it up electronically and get them moving along. So thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Madam Clerk, I have a question about timing.
Yes.
When do you think this may be possible?
Well, you know, there is some timing to be considered, especially for how we reschedule our meetings going forward. And it's not just for the committees, it's for the whole remainder of the year. So I know the BIA had a concern that they couldn't meet without passing this motion, which would help them to carry forward. I'm a little bit more concerned about the citizen advisory meetings as well as the standing committees, but more so the standing committees than the citizen advisories. We have a lot of projects and a lot of reports that need to move forward and move business forward. And so for me, the timing of this would help and bring it forward to July.
Okay, all right. Is that your understanding, Councillor McPherson?
Yes, that's fine. I do know of the urgency with regards to the BIA, and it's really tied to applications for funding that dates are closing, so are closing in. So if we've given them the approval tonight to go ahead and meet, then I think they will.
Right.
So is that, am I understanding that correctly, that without a clerk's participation in a board, that they can go ahead and meet?
That's correct, Councillor. So they would be operating a little bit separately than how we do with the standing committee. So however they operate normally, a clerk doesn't support them anyways. So
Right.
they can move forward with this motion. It's a little bit different with the standing committees and the other considerations that we have at play for that.
Very good, thank you.
Okay, now, Madam Clerk, we have two speakers. I don't know who was first.
Councillor Rajima is first, Madam Mayor.
Councillor Njima, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I was just looking on the website and I see that if you go down to the bottom of the first page and it shows all upcoming events. It says canceled for age-friendly committee of the whole, the committee of the whole workshop, the Heritage Committee and Active Transportation, but Committee of Adjustment does not show as being canceled. But when I click on it, there's no agenda in there. So that's scheduled for tomorrow night. Is that happening or no?
No, that's not happening. In fact, that should have been updated on the calendar, Madam Councillor Rajima, sorry. So we'll get that fixed for sure.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Mikulek?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just going down the same lines with Councillor McPherson, my understanding is that the library board has been having meetings. They are able to do so because of not having a clerk?
If you don't mind, Madam Mayor, may I address that question?
Yes, go ahead.
Through you to the councillor. So they operate under a different act, Councillor Mikulek. So they operate under the Public Libraries Act, and at no time does a clerk support them at all. So they're their own board.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, that's everyone. There being no further discussion, I have a motion moved by Councillor McPherson and seconded by Councillor Mikulek. Whereas no meetings of committees or local boards for the town of Lincoln have been able to occur since the state of emergency was declared by the province of Ontario on March 17, 2020 in respect of the novel coronavirus COVID-19 pandemic. Therefore, be it resolved that the rules of procedure be suspended to permit the introduction of the following motion. Whereas the rules of procedure do not presently allow for electronic meetings for committees or local boards for the town of Lincoln, whereas in order to permit committees and local boards to adopt amendments to their rules of procedure to permit electronic hearings, it is appropriate for council to authorize electronic meetings for committees and local boards to meet electronically only during the state of emergency, novel coronavirus COVID-19 pandemic pursuant to the Emergency Management and Civil Protection Act. Whereas meetings under these provisions are still required to follow existing rules set out in the Municipal Act 2001 and the Town of Lincoln's procedural bylaw, which include providing notice of meetings to the public, maintaining meeting minutes, subject to exceptions, that meetings continue to be open to the public by way of publicly broadcast meetings and maintain videos being preserved. Therefore, be it resolved that the Council of the Town of Lincoln authorizes committees and local boards of the Town of Lincoln to meet electronically for the purposes of considering revisions to their rules of procedure to allow for electronic meetings to occur and for members present electronically to count towards quorum. I'll now ask the clerk to call the vote. Madam Clerk?
Thank you. Councillor Brunet.
Yay.
Councillor McPherson.
Yay.
Councillor Mikulek.
Yay.
Councillor Pachariva.
Yay.
Councillor Reimer.
Yay.
Councillor Rajima.
Yay.
Councillor Russell.
Yay.
Councillor Timmers.
Yay.
Mayor Easton.
Yay.
And that carries. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We'll move on now to item 14.3, Councillor Pachariba, do you have comments with respect to your notice of motion regarding universal basic income to be considered at the next scheduled council meeting?
I do, Your Worship. I don't know whether the CAO wants to go first and then me follow, or because that's
Well,
what.
why don't you introduce your motion?
Okay,
You can make
sure.
it very brief, and then we'll go to the CAO.
Okay, great. Okay, so good evening, Mayor Easton and fellow councilors. I'd like to introduce a motion this evening. I simply want to put it on the table for consideration. Many municipalities, including and most recently Kitchener, have passed motions supporting the calls for provincial and federal governments to look at a guaranteed or basic income. I will bring this back likely in June, but wanted to introduce it now. In many ways, it has to do with COVID and the collective and long-term response. When I think back, I know the mayor has often urged the lens of the social determinants of health be used in decision-making. We have heard from organizations like Community Care of West Niagara about income inequality and access to services and healthcare. We have had the region present on early development indicators, and so now what we are seeing with this pandemic and its outcomes is income inequality. It's at a level that can only lead to immense unrest and become a bigger issue. Therefore, I believe we should support Kitchener's motion and join the call and lend support to this item. I will be sure to share the Kitchener motion and others with my colleagues, but look forward to the broader discussion. In the past, there has been some local and national pilots. However, I would suggest, in fact, we ought to consider the Canadian Emergency Response Benefit, or CERB, to be the biggest basic income experiment of all. The entire country is now a laboratory, and we will soon have reliable data on how it affects individual decisions and outcomes on work, school, and health. If the results are supportive, and if Ottawa and the provinces are prepared to wind up all their other social assistance programs to create the necessary cost savings, we will have a historical opportunity to end poverty once and for all, with a simple, efficient, and dignified payments to all Canadians in need. While this matter is in the hands of senior levels of government, tonight we spoke of a hospital redevelopment. And as the data shared in Kitchener showed, a sustainable hospital system requires access and less inequality. And so I think the timing this evening was apropos of this topic. A program like this may indeed be what helps address the emergency we are currently in and the hardships wrought by the current pandemic. I look forward to the discussion at our June meeting.
Thank you very much, Councillor. And just for the information of Council, the letter that the Councillor refers to is dated May 15th. It was a letter by the City of Kitchener and to the Right Honourable Justin Trudeau. So I'm sure that Councillor will be sharing that with us. Mr. Kirkopoulos, you have comments?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think you and I both have a copy of that letter, and so I was just going to briefly touch on that and just simply suggest that this letter that we will make sure all of Council has really speaks to the current relief efforts totaling $82 billion within the economic response plan, as well as some of the other annual net costs as a result of some of the programs that are being offered. And as well, it goes on to speak about reducing poverty, the strain on healthcare and social assistance systems, and speaks to simply supporting and calling on the Ontario provincial government to pursue a partnership with the federal government for the establishment of this. So should this motion pass at the next committee, staff can share more information, but we will make sure you've got a copy of the City of Kitchener motion that was put forward.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. Council will move on now to item 15, which is the consideration of confidential items, of which we have none this evening. Item 16, motion to approve bylaws. We have 3 bylaws for consideration tonight. Madam Clerk, have you determined how you want to handle this?
Yes. First, before we consider the bylaws, Madam Mayor, it's in our procedural bylaw that we need to do a 2/3 vote to move beyond the hour of 10 p.m. If we could just do that quickly, that would be appreciated. So I will just ask council, if all in favor, please raise your hands, and then I will announce if we do have 2/3 the vote to move beyond 10 p.m. We don't have to do a recorded vote for this. So if council could please raise your hands visibly so I can see. And that carries, all in favor. Thank you very much. Madam Mayor, if we move on to the bylaws, we have 3 bylaws, one of which I know that we would like to divide that out. And if council is agreeable, we can take out bylaw 2020-26, a bylaw to authorize a community improvement plan grant with 1541189 Ontario Inc. Is that the correct bylaw, Councillor Russell, that you would like to lift?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Okay. And so is there an amendment to that bylaw that you wish to put on the floor and do a vote on?
That bylaw itself, I don't think, as it's worded, can be amendable. So I would like to postpone it indefinitely and then either seek to amend the original bylaw 2018-84 or keep 2018-84 intact until we receive a request for extension.
So, Madam Mayor, if we could have the CAO and Director Dale comment to that.
Mr. CAO?
Through you, Madam Mayor, to council and to Councillor Russell. I'm going to let Kathleen speak to that in terms of what the implications of that would be and what the associated process would be for her should we defer.
Kathleen?
Through you, Madam Mayor. So if the bylaw is deferred, staff would have to follow through on the original bylaw that was passed because the applicant is anxious to get his building permit. And the building permit cannot be issued until all the paperwork relating to the CIP application is approved. That means signing the agreement, sending those back and getting those signed at our end, and then a formal letter granting his approval. So if the bylaw doesn't go ahead 2020-26, then staff would have to default back to the original bylaw. And there is some concern from staff that this may not leave the applicant sufficient time and it could affect his financing.
Could we then amend that bylaw to grant him another year on his completion date from 2021 to 2022? Because it would be all signed. Everything should be signed and completed at this point. So I'm curious to see why you'd have to go back and have more paperwork. But could we not just amend and add that extra date for his completion to give him an extra year?
The difficulty is the way that the CIP program is set up is for a number of these grants. There is a 3-year window, and the date is taken from the authorizing bylaw. So the most efficient way to deal with this, to grant the extension, is to do an amending bylaw that will give him more time, because the original agreements only provide for 3 years.
Which that's what I said, isn't it?
So if I could, Your Worship, I think what the councillor is suggesting is instead of amending the date 3 years, to make it 2 years in the new authorizing bylaw. Councillor Russell, is that correct?
No, I'm not. Again, to me, the new
So
bylaw, if you're repealing it and replacing it with this one, you're also adding on time to the TIG, which I think is the crux of my concern of it. Where if you keep the original bylaw, that TIG date still starts 2018 to 2027. And again, we can hopefully extend his project completion date from 2021 to 2022.
Anyone?
So through you, Madam Mayor, I mean, why don't I try to speak to that? I mean, I think anything is possible. I think staff have shared the concerns with doing such. And so I don't think it's a matter of is it possible or is it not possible. I think it's a matter of what is council's purview in moving this forward. So I suspect there's probably two motions that would be on the table, or one depending on if it gets approved. And that is one that is simply an extension of the existing program, as Councillor Russell has highlighted. And if that is not successful, then it would be the original authorizing bylaw that you have in front of you. Madam Clerk, is that correct?
That's how I see it. And if you do pull it to defer it, it is a majority vote. But I mean, that's exactly it how the CAO has mentioned. Councillor Russell, do you have any further comments? There are other councillors who wish to make a comment.
No, they can go ahead.
Okay.
All right, who's next?
Councillor McPherson.
Go ahead, Councillor McPherson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I have a suggested friendly amendment that we do consider a start date, and that I would look at as the developers coming back and asking us for something more. And in the spirit of negotiation, we ask for something from him. And that being that we set a staff recommended start date. And if that's September 1, if that's October 1, if that's whatever it is. But I think it does speak to what everybody's talking about in wanting to get this project up and running. And I fear, quite honestly, that if there's not a recommended start date, that we may be sitting here 3 years from now without a start. Based on recent history of the development from 2018 to now, with very little action, I think it's in our best interest to put some kind of incentive in there for the developer to get moving. And by what I'm hearing from staff, they want to do that. So my friendly amendment would be to add a start date.
Staff recommended start date.
Exactly.
Okay, do you want to hear that date tonight, Councillor McPherson?
No, I don't need to hear that date tonight, but
okay.
I think that's something that we could put back to staff and come up with reasonable dates that make sense.
Okay. Madam Clerk, I consider that a friendly amendment. You concur?
Well, that would have to go to a vote by council for consideration. And I think that other councillors would like to speak before we put that to a vote. Madam Mayor, is that okay?
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Who
so
is next?
it's Councillor Miklick.
Go ahead, Councillor Miklick.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I too am of the thinking that I'd like this development to move forward, but I'd like to move forward on the original deal, on the original CIP, the original, the original terms that were set forth. Yeah, okay, so some time has gone by that hasn't started for whatever reason, but I'd like to see it move forward in its original spirit. And once we do see some forward progress, then we can extend it the amount of time, say a year and a half or two, whatever is needed to complete the project, and be flexible with the proponent. I'm fearful that there was no real, I don't know what the real reason was that it hasn't started already, especially given the economic boom that we've been experiencing for the last 3 years. I would have, if this would have been my project, as soon as I got the green light, I would have had everything in it. Month is money, and I would have had that project on the go right from as soon as I was given the green light. So that's my thoughts.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor. Madam Clerk?
Yep, we have next up, I know the CAO has a few comments to make before we hand it back to Councillor Russell has spoken, but let's go to the CAO first and then we'll move on to the other councillors.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Kirkopoulos?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I think that, I mean, the comment that I wanted to highlight is that staff are supportive of putting in a start date. And whether that date be, I think a couple of dates have been thrown out there. I'd suggest maybe September 1 is that start date, but they can put that directly. You can direct us to actually put that right in the agreement. So staff are definitely very supportive of that particular friendly amendment, but I think we can get to that when the comments are done. I won't repeat the comments that I made earlier unless council wants me to, specifically to Councilor Mikulic's comments that were just made. But again, there's others that may want to highlight those same comments, whether that's Mr. Deanne or Ms. Dale.
Mr. Deanne, do you have any comments?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, through you and through the CAO. I mean, as the CAO just mentioned, you know, staff are supportive of putting in a start date, and we can work with the proponent and come back if council does wish on what that date would be. But at the end of the day, as the CEO previously mentioned, I mean, this is an integral component to our downtown revitalization and our downtown, as many business owners have said to both the CEO and my colleagues at Town Hall. You know, they see this project as bringing people downtown that are going to spend money in their establishments, and they're very much looking forward to having this completed. I mean, I know there's some, and you know, Director Graham and Director Dale will know better than I, but there was a lot of remediation concerns in the property, and if you know, the proponent does need some additional time, which I think we've seen, it's understandable from my perspective. So at the end of the day, I am supportive of putting in a start date to encourage development to move faster. And which should alleviate some concerns.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Dale?
No, I don't have any further comments to add to our CAO or Director of Economic Development. I support both their comments.
Okay, thank you very much. Madam Clerk?
Councillor Russell, did you want to give others a chance to speak, or would you like to give the, okay, and so we'll go to Councillor Rajima.
Okay, Councillor Njima.
Well, thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm not completely, I don't understand what is the relevance of the start date. Are we changing the terms of the CIP? Is it just a suggestion? Is it something that's tied to the approval of the program, or is it just a suggestion? I'm not sure what the relevance of putting a date in. I'm still not comfortable with the idea. And particularly this is, I'm not really sure what the outcome of adding such a date would be, other than a suggestion from the town.
Okay. Mr. Kirkopoulos, how would you interpret?
Through you, Madam Mayor. I mean, I think what we're trying to do is find a compromise here, and at the same time not deter, defer, or inhibit any potential financing that the proponent would have, but knowing that plans are before our staff, and the fact that those plans are being reviewed currently so that we can issue a building permit, this just adds that additional level of I think not pressure, but this additional level of comfort that council may have. But again, Ms. Dale can maybe speak to it from the perspective of, is this a suggestion, or does this do his funds hinge on this particular project? I would say at the end of the day, though, all the funds that we provide or the incentives that we provide do hinge on him getting started anyways. So notwithstanding the fact that we're putting something in here that says start by X date or start by Y date, in order for him to receive the benefits of the programs we have in place, he needs to start anyways. So I see them as somewhat of interchangeable, and it doesn't inhibit him. I think it just provides council that additional level of comfort that this is getting started. But Kathleen may want to expand on that.
Kathleen, do you have anything to add?
Yes, through you, Madam Mayor. So the template agreements do provide for, if there's a 3-year time frame to complete the works, they have to take out a building permit within, I believe it's 2 years is what's in the template agreement. In his case, actually in the case of a lot of CIPs, if you wait 2 years, you're going to run out of time because you can't build it in a year. It might work for renovating, interior of a building or something like that, or a new roof, but it won't work for a larger project. So I think what the discussion around this is having maybe some further discussion with Mr. Ciccarelli and pinning him down a little bit further to, indicate, what is his proposed start date, and that could then be put in the standard agreement instead of the typical 2 years.
Okay, thank you. And so can we go ahead with the bylaw that's before us tonight and just have a suggestion that this discussion be had with Mr. Ciccarelli without having anything that could potentially, and if we do so, it won't potentially inhibit his ability to receive financing. Does that make sense?
Yes, I understand what you're saying. So you're suggesting that we pass the bylaw?
And have a direction.
Suggesting that we can include the direction?
Mm-hmm. That's what I'm wondering.
All right.
Madam Mayor, I think to the councillor's question, if the direction is that we work out a date that is reasonable and make sure that that's put into the agreement, and staff can take that as direction.
Okay.
Thank you.
I believe, thank you very much, Councillor. I believe we have Councillor Brunet now.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm actually very pleased to hear what Director Dale just said, because I thought we were going around in circles here, and that's exactly what I was going to say. Is we're hearing from the director that a deferral could negatively impact the developer's finance. We have councillors suggesting we put a start date on it, but I'm sitting here thinking, like, what does a start date mean? So September 1 comes around and he doesn't put a shovel in the ground. Where are we then? So I was going to actually suggest, and I'm glad to hear Director Dale say, can we not get Mr. Ciccarelli in and we get this all on the table verbally and then in writing and move forward? So I'm completely happy with passing this motion and leaving it with staff to hold Mr. Ciccarelli's feet to the fire so that we can get this shovel in the ground.
All right. Is there any other staff comments?
We have Councillor Pachariva up next, Madam Mayor.
I know, but I just wanted to know if there was anything from Mr. Kirkopoulos or Ms. Dale. Okay, we'll move on, Madam Clerk. Councillor Pachariva.
Yeah, I was just going to say the same thing. We just seem to be going around the maypole there, repeating a discussion we had over an hour ago. So I was just going to say, as a point of order, let's call the question. But Director Dale provided some great insight, so I'm on board. So
okay, that's fine. Then we will do that. Madam Clerk.
Yeah, we have Councillor Reimer who hasn't spoken yet.
Oh, you slipped in there, Councillor. I didn't see your name. Go ahead, Councillor Reimer, please.
No problem. Thank you, Mayor Easton. Just a question for Director Dale. What's the cost that Mr. Ciccarelli would have put into already for the development and building permit? What would his cost be? Like when he just files for a building permit, he has to put down a check. What would that be?
Through you, Madam Mayor, that is actually something that staff would actually have to look up because his building permit is going to be based on the size of the commercial area and the size of all of the apartments. So I don't actually have an answer for you tonight.
Would it be safe to say it's a sizable amount?
It would be much larger than a typical building permit for a single detached dwelling.
So if he's putting that money down, he's intending to build. I don't want to regurgitate, but remediation on a site, a brown site, is a big question mark in terms of time and in terms of costs. So when he gets a green light, he has to go back and see how much the MOE dinged him for. I use that term on purpose, and see if he can make money at it still. That's why he's taking time. These things are not, let's build a development and I'm going to make gazillion dollars at the end of it. There's lots that go into this, infrastructure and all the different costs. So the fact that we think he's hesitating with brownfield remediation, it's a big question mark. So if he's put money down and he's got the wants the building permit, let's give it to him and let's get this guy on the way. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Madam Clerk, that ends the speakers list.
Well, we have Councillor Miklick and Councillor McPherson. I believe they have spoken. Do they still have comments? Councillor McPherson?
Yes, Madam Mayor. I tabled a friendly recommendation. I think for a point of order, we need to move through that friendly recommendation and see where that falls, and then we move from there. So
okay. Thank you
I would
very much.
appreciate that we do that. Thank you.
Okay. All right, Madam Clerk.
Okay. So the friendly amendment was to add a start date of, I believe it was September 1st, if I remember correctly. And that could be added to the bylaw itself or the agreement. Is that correct, Director Dale?
Madam Clerk, if I could clarify, it's a staff recommended start date. We did not have a set, I'm not recommending a start date. Staff recommended start date.
That's the wording. Staff recommended start date.
Staff recommended start date, excuse me. So if we wanted to vote on that, we could, I'll just call the vote then if that's fine.
Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
Councillor Brunet?
Nay.
Councillor McPherson?
Yay.
Councillor Miklick?
Nay.
Councillor Pachariva?
Nay.
Councillor Reimer?
Nay.
Councillor Rajima?
Nay.
Councillor Russell?
Yay.
Councillor Timmers?
Nay.
Madam Mayor?
Nay.
And that fails.
Okay. What is the wording, Madam Clerk, on the original motion? No, other question. Does this open the door for us to address all three bylaws at the same time?
That's because the bylaw that was lifted and the amendment that was put forward has failed. So Councillor Russell, I'll go to you next. Since that motion has failed, what do you wish to do with this?
Well, I have a comment first, if that's okay. I can't understand why we would put this first and then book the meeting with the developer after. Why would we not at least defer this until that developer meeting takes place with staff and then come back with a recommendation? Like, again, this is an extension of not just 2 years on the TIG. This is $250,000. That is due to our residents to come back in 2027, 2028. That we are giving up because of, again, from what I can see, is nothing but a delay from the developer. We haven't seen any paperwork about any financial hardship that he's received. We haven't seen any paperwork about what his costs have been with the environment. I think there's a lot more background here that needs to take place, in my personal opinion. But
Okay. So, Madam Mayor, we're just going to carry on with the, I mean, I don't see any other comments right now. And the motion on the floor is that we have a motion moved by Councillor Timmers, seconded by Councillor Reimer. And if you want to
excuse me.
Bylaws.
Just a moment, Councillor. Madam Clerk, just as you began to speak, Councillor Miklick came on.
Oh, I'm sorry,
to
I didn't
speak.
see that. Okay, go ahead.
It was just at the same time almost. Go ahead, Councillor Mikovic.
No, I'm sorry, but I did have my hand up earlier, and that motion that we just, that friendly, I'm just not exactly 100% sure what we just voted on. Was that a motion that Councillor Russell had put forward that Councillor McPherson added a friendly to? I just want to clarify that.
This was Councillor McPherson's friendly amendment.
Okay, so
Yeah.
that was strictly his friendly amendment that, okay. Now I want to
That failed.
And then,
Right.
if I may, I just, one more point with regards to deadlines, with regards to timelines, with regards to this sort of thing. What's going to happen if we have a three-year approval for this particular development? Now, I can understand an extension, you know, when you get into it and you find that similar to, let's say, the arena in St. Catharines where the ground is unstable or there's unforeseen issues that appear once you start construction. We had not seen any construction with this. We had not seen a start date. I don't know if we'd seen a building permit taken out in the
Just a
time that
moment.
we've been waiting.
Just a moment, Councillor Mikovic.
Sure.
I think we've clarified that the application has been made for the building permit. Ms. Dale, would you confirm that? Has the application been made for the building permit?
Through you, Madam Mayor. So the applicant has submitted his drawings for review by building staff for the building permit application. So he actually has submitted, he submitted the drawings in his application for his building permit.
Okay, has he written a check to the town?
I would have to check with our chief building official and get back to council.
Okay.
If I could, Your Worship, also highlight for council, there has been a significant amount, and Director Graham can speak to it, the amount of servicing work that's already taken place and the cost of that servicing work from a ballpark perspective. I think it's important to clarify fact from what I think is sometimes assumptions around what is happening at that particular site. Director Graham, if you could.
Mr. Graham?
Through you, Madam Mayor. Yes, the developer has installed a lot of the primary servicing, water servicing, sanitary sewer, storm servicing. I mean, I would anticipate, you know, or estimate, I should say, probably at least $40,000 worth of underground servicing work that has occurred to date from the street services to the property line of the site.
Okay.
If I may, Madam Mayor, just to include also the remediation work that the developer has done at this site as well. As we know, remediation takes a lot of time, and you know, before you can get your record of site there has to be a number of clean samples that are taken from the property, and that is definitely what's taken some time. And I think we're seeing that in Vineland as well with the old car wash gas station site there as well. Remediation and it does take some time, so I think that's what we've seen here as well.
All right.
Okay.
We have a motion.
The record of site was given to the town back in 2018. That would have been the clearance letter for the site being clean. That was 2018. So my assumption, my guesstimate, is that this application for the original grant was made once that was fulfilled. The other question I have is, who services a site without a building permit?
Who services a site?
Is this a typical practice to service a site without having a building permit or financing in place?
For you, Madam Mayor, why don't I ask Director Dale to chime in on pre-servicing agreements and what sort of documents and agreements are put in place to allow pre-servicing to occur?
All right, thank you very much. Ms. Dale, please go ahead.
Yes, through you, Madam Mayor. So for a lot of developments, what we've found that a lot of developers are doing now is they're actually dividing their building permits into a number of different components. So right now he's taken out what I would refer to as more like a utility permit, and that was the works that he did in the fall to allow him to do works within the road allowance. So that's done under what we call a utility type permit, because that's in the road allowance. Once you get off the road and you want to do services into your property, that is referred to as a building permit for plumbing purposes. So we do have a lot of developers that when they get a certain point in the site plan process, they've got their grading and their servicing approved, they've done all their documentation, they will actually go out and they will service the site. And we see that with a lot of developments where you've got private roads, but also even some of the site plans, we find these days the developers are first taking out a permit to do what we call site servicing, to put in their water and sewer into the property from where it starts at the street. And then once they've done that work, then they'll take out another permit for a foundation permit sometimes, and then they will then do a final permit for the rest of the building. So it's not unusual for a developer to do things in phases these days.
Okay, and if I may, Madam Mayor, so it's very similar to running the laterals to a building lot, servicing a lot.
Well, we don't know these things. We're not builders, Councillor Mikulik, so you're asking a technical question here. What we're trying to determine is whether or not this builder is sincere or not. That was the purpose of this entire discussion. The delay may cost the town $250,000, according to Councillor Russell. We had a friendly amendment, which failed. We're now back to the original motion. There's no point in us asking more technical questions because we are basically going around in a circle. The question we have to satisfy ourselves to is this builder committed to the project? I think the staff have been trying to provide us with a considerable amount of information. I happened to be on site in 2018 after that the clearance was filed, because there was another issue that was going on at that time on the street that had nothing to do with this property. And the inspector was there from the Ministry of the Environment. And it just seemed as if they were going hole to hole with almost no space in between. It went on for a great deal of time. I can't answer the question, is he committed or not, except by the amount of money that he's putting into the project. So I think we have a motion in front of us. It's time for us to vote on the motion. Each person should vote according to their commitment or their belief about what's going on. We have a direction that I think has been accepted by staff without question, that a date can be agreed to once they have him come in. So, Madam Clerk, I'm calling the vote.
Do you want me to read out the motion, Madam Mayor?
Yes, please.
Moved by Councillor Timmers, seconded by Councillor Reimer, that leave be given to approve the following bylaws. 2020-26, bylaw to authorize a community improvement plan grant with 1541189 Ontario Inc. 2020-27, a bylaw to authorize a community improvement plan grant with Beamsville GP Inc. 2020-28, bylaw to set the rates of taxation for the year 2020.
All right, Madam Clerk, would you call the vote?
Excuse me for 1 sec. Is it possible?
Go ahead, Councillor.
Is it possible to vote on those separately?
Yes, we can do that.
Yeah. And Councillor Brunet, I see that you have your hand up.
Councillor Brunet.
So through you, Madam Mayor, so we've had considerable discussion on the Ticcarelli property. We haven't had any discussion on the Beamsville GP, the bench property. It's Kathleen, through you, Madam Mayor, to the Director of Planning. I had a conversation with Mr. Greenaway back about 6 weeks ago. He told me that the bench people on Ontario Street were looking to get a foundation permit to get started. So the discussion that we've had, considerable discussion on the Ticcarelli property, if we don't move forward with that, if that motion gets defeated, is the community improvement plan on the bench property affected because it still hasn't been resolved by council? Because I'm concerned here that we're basically affecting two projects potentially. Maybe you could clarify that for me. Through you, Madam Mayor, to the Director of Planning.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk?
Sure. Through you, oh, sorry. Through you, Madam Mayor. So there's actually two bylaws before you. The first one is for Mr. Ticciarelli. The second one is for the bench condos. So one of the requirements of any CIP application is that they have to get their CIP approval before they commence any construction. So if they take out a building permit and start even the foundation, they would be ineligible for a CIP application. So it's actually in the bench condos, from what I understand in talking, they've also submitted their drawings to our building department. And so they're looking for a building permit sometime near the end of June.
All right, Madam Clerk, I have a question. Is it possible for us at this stage to vote on each of these separately?
Absolutely.
Fine. Would you consider the first motion that was stated to be for the first item, 2020-26? Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Absolutely. Okay. Councillor Brunet.
This is on Ticcarelli.
Yep.
Yay.
Exclusively.
Yay.
Councillor McPherson.
Yay.
Councillor Miklick.
Nay.
Councillor Pachariva.
Yay.
Councillor Reimer.
Yay.
Councillor Rajima.
Yay.
Councillor Russell.
Nay.
Councillor Timmers.
Yay.
Madam Mayor.
Yay.
And that carries.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Would you now call the vote or read the motion again in regard to 2020-27 and call the vote?
Thank you. That leave be given to approve the following bylaw, 2020-27 bylaw to authorize a community improvement plan grant with Beamsville GP Inc. And I'll call out the councillors' names. Councillor Brunet.
Yay.
Councillor McPherson.
Yay.
Councillor Miklick.
Yay.
Councillor Pachariva.
Yay.
Councillor Reimer.
Yay.
Councillor Rajima.
Yay.
Councillor Russell.
Yay.
Councillor Timmers.
Yay.
Madam Mayor.
Yay.
And that carries.
Madam Clerk, on the third item, 2020-28.
Yes, that leave be given to approve the following bylaw, 2020-28, a bylaw to set the rates of taxation for the year 2020. And I'll call out the names. Councillor Brunet.
Yay.
Councillor McPherson.
Yay.
Councillor Miklick.
Yay.
Councillor Pachariva.
Yay.
Councillor Reimer.
Yay.
Councillor Rajima.
Yay.
Councillor Russell.
Yay.
Councillor Timmers.
Yay.
Madam Mayor.
Yay.
And that carries unanimously.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Council, we move on now to item number 17, a motion to confirm proceedings of the council meeting. I have a motion moved by Councillor Russell and seconded by Councillor Brunet. That leave be given to introduce bylaw number 2020-29, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of special council at its meeting held Monday, May 25th, 2020, being read a first, second, and third time. That bylaw number 2020-29 be enacted and passed, and that the mayor and clerk sign and seal the said bylaw. Madam Clerk, would you please call the vote?
Thank you. Councillor Brunet.
Yay.
Councillor McPherson.
Yay.
Councillor Miklick.
Yay.
Councillor Pachariva.
Yay.
Counselor Reimer,
Yay.
Counselor Rajima,
Yay.
Counselor Russell,
Yay.
Counselor Timmers,
Yay.
Mayor Easton,
Yay.
and that carries unanimously.
Councillors, I have a motion moved by Councillor Pachariva and seconded by Councillor McPherson that special council on May 25th, 2020 be adjourned at 10:46 p.m. Madam Clerk, call the vote.
Counselor Brunei,
Yay.
Counselor McPherson,
Yay.
Counselor Miklick,
Yay.
Counselor Pachariva,
Yay.
Counselor Reimer,
Yay.
Counselor Rajima,
Yay.
Counselor Russell,
Yay.
Counselor Timmers,
Yay.
Mayor Easton,
Yay.
and that carries.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Madam Clerk, staff, Mr. Kokopoulos.